What's up, Clash Royale world? We are back. Little break after Clash Royale League World Finals, and now we get to come together with you to launch the most exciting update of the year. This is the Heroes Creator Challenge. That's Andrew Guy. That's Andrew Guy. I'm Rich Slayton, and we are so pumped to see some of the biggest names in Clash Royale take the hottest, newest stuff out for a spin. Andrew, this is going to be a little chaotic, I think.
I know, man. I mean, there's so much about today that's exciting. I mean, like you said, the biggest names in the Clash Royale world on the competitive side, on the creator side. And then, of course, the thing that all of us as diehard Clash Royale fans are interested about, it's gameplay of these new heroes. I'm so curious to see what they look like, how strong they are, how you counter them. And what's great about this is because there's a massive prize pool, we're going to have these players and these creators working with coaches to really break down maybe ways to counter these new heroes, maybe use them to their strengths to the utmost. So there's just so much going on today, man. I cannot wait.
Yeah, those of you who are looking to be the best with these heroes right out the gate, today is probably the best opportunity to learn as we see these players take them for a spin. Let's take a look at what we're doing today because, as we said, some of the best players bringing out the newest stuff here in the Heroes Creator Showdown. And of course, as long as you hang out with us today, you don't just get to see the new stuff from the best players and learn rewards all day. We got boxes, we got banners, we got, whoa, take a look at that guy with the flowing hair. Is that Jynxzi Ken in his newest cosplay?
I was going to say, is that Super Saiyan Jynxzi Ken? He looks incredible. Yeah, the seasonal chests are going to be absolutely great for everyone because there's not only do you get new cards right now with the level 16 coming out, but of course there's also seasonal chest opening rewards out there in game right now. So those are the rewards. We'll be giving them out all day long, as you guys can see, which we know is only part of the reason why you guys are here. But the format, Rich, this is an absolutely new, different thing that we're doing. This is not a part of CRL. So the way that this works, everybody, is there's a league phase where all of the teams will play each other one time to kind of get their seeding for the points format. So there's 3 rounds, 3 matches, and the standings will be based off the total points earned there as we get into the bracket part, the second half of our broadcast, if you will. But during that league phase, we will only be watching half of those matches. We'll also be giving you guys QR codes to go watch the other matches just in case you're missing your favorite cards, your favorite creators, what have you. Then once we get in the points format, man, it's all best of one, just like how it used to be, cutthroat, no second chances, Rich.
Oh, and I can't wait to see some 2v2 in here. Mega Draft, and I know we've got one of the best Mega Draft players on the planet hanging out with us today. And then that third set, the 1v1v1. And then, of course, we move on to the bracket phase where they'll be playing to try to figure out who gets the big pieces of that prize pool. And yeah, as you said, Andrew, they're going to be going for it because there isn't just pride on the line. They also have some money they're playing for here as well.
Yeah, a huge prize pool. We'll be getting there. $45,000 prize pool. So this is a great way to make some money before the holidays. Hey, maybe World Finals didn't go the way that you wanted. You know, maybe you got some debt to pay off at the end of the year. Who knows what it is? But there's $45,000 up for grabs here, and the teams are really exciting because, like you said at the very top of the show, man, we have some of the absolute biggest names in the game. First place, 25 grand. Second place, $15,000. Third and fourth place each get 5 grand, which is a total, of $50,000. That's what it is. It's third and fourth each get $5,000. So everyone walking away with a little bit of cash today.
$50K on this one, and who, of course, is coming out to play? Well, we got pro players, we got content creators, Hero Muskie team, we got Beniju, former CRL pro turn creator, Gref throwing it out there for Team Musketeer, and Lucas off of his most recent World Finals appearance. Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A with the juices, Orange Juice and Jynxzi bracketing out the 3-time world champion Mohamed. Light Hero Night team, maybe the best meme team of the day. You got Ken, the big guy Jynxzi, and the guy who was Jynxzi's friend, although I don't know if after the coaching that turned against Jynxzi, if they're still that good. I'm sure they're still cool. Ryley out there. And then Hero Giant with BigSpin, Trymacs, and Morten, the German trifecta coming out, trying to get a piece of that prize pool.
Yeah, and one thing that's really interesting to mention here for everyone watching at home is obviously everyone's going to be playing with their respective heroes throughout the day, but the Hero Giant team will be the only team allowed to play a champion as well. And you guys might be asking at home, why? Why do they get that advantage? And the main reason is if you look at the first three heroes, the Musketeer, the Mini P.E.K.K.A, and the Knight, these are all support cards, whereas the Giant is a tower-seeking win condition. There's really not a lot of support to be added there, so they figured to even things out, to balance the matchups, the Hero Giant team will be the only team allowed to play with the champion as well as their hero. These are our league matches, Rich, and we're going to be following along, like I said, with half of these. The other three will be played offline or on your favorite creator's channel.
Yeah, you can see 2 matches in round 1, 2 in round 2, and 2 in round 3. And as Andrew said, we'll have QR codes for you, easy ways to jump around and find who's streaming what. Of course, I'm sure many of you already follow a lot of these streamers as well, a lot of these content creators, so go ahead and hang out, bounce around, see what you got going on. You can see on this league match sheet, we'll be assigning points throughout. And of course, those points will be for our seeding as we get into the bracket phase and then decide who's going to be our Heroes Creator Showdown champion. And that brings up a very important question, Andrew. In this set of matchups, who do you got?
Ooh, that's a good question. That is, you know, part of me wants to go strictly with just the hero that I think is the strongest, but then the other part of me wants to go with the team that I think is maybe the most balanced in terms of what their strengths are. So even though I made this prediction before I saw who was playing where in the matches, I did go with the Juices and Mohamed Light. Obviously Mo Light, the 3-time world champion, but the biggest reason here is you have Mo, who's a great 2v2 Mega Draft or 1v1 player, but I know Jynxzi is arguably one of the best Mega Draft players in the world. But I found out that he's not playing in the Mega Drive set, or at least not in the initial Mega Drive set. So we'll see if that ends up working out or not. Who did you go with?
Well, I kind of took your first thought, and I went with what I thought was going to be the strongest of our heroes. So I'm going with the Hero Musketeer team. Not only do you have a pro and a former pro in Beniju and Lucas, TheGrefg is also a great player, but that Hero Musketeer, so much defensive ability. You can shut down so much anything with that turret, and we'll be seeing that turret do a lot of work today in kind of some surprising ways for people, but also that Hero Musketeer can shut down defense and then, of course, go and join offense in a way that I think is maybe more powerful than the Mini P.E.K.K.A and the Knight, and certainly better on defense than a Giant. So I'm going Hero Musketeer team today.
I love that pick. And, you know, the heroes, we're going to see a lot of the gameplay from them today. Obviously, that's what the day is all about. They're called the Breakfast Boost for the Mini P.E.K.K.A. That's the hero ability. The Trusty Turret, which is what you're talking about, which I've seen a lot of videos from our creators. Shout out to all the creators out there that have been putting in the time to let us get more familiar with the cards before the release. The Triumphant Taunt is the Hero Knights, where he'll be taunting all the units in that radius to attack him. And, of course, the Hero Giant with the Heroic Hurl, throwing units to the opposite lane, which I think is the most interesting interaction that we're talking about. The Mini P.E.K.K.A gets a level up, the Musketeer gets a turret, the Knight gets a taunt. But how do you really utilize the strength of the Giant pushing things to the opposite lane? That's what I'm so curious to find out, Rich. And that's why I'm not in this tournament. I want them to figure this out so that I can watch, learn, and then, of course, repeat or steal, if you will, later on.
Well, you and I were talking before we got live today, and you were talking about the possibility maybe the double prince, Giant double prince, with some small spell support, clear out the swarmy stuff, but then the way you could overload there and just that one troop you want to save the day get knocked away. So we'll see if the Hero Giant can actually carry the day against these other troops and provide so much defensive support. And I was telling you already, I have already gone, I know they don't get into ranked mode for a while, but I already took my Knight to level 16, took my Mini P.E.K.K.A to level 16. I cannot wait for this drop to hit the game.
Yeah, you know, and then when you talk about the combination of these cards, are we going to see, you know, things that are paired together like, you know, we were talking about Knight, Hog Rider, you know, 2.6? Is that going to be unstoppable? Is there a way to actually get the Hog off the board when you have that Hero Knight in front, taunting all the units? By the time the taunt's gone, the turret's down, or excuse me, the defensive building is down. You know, are we going to see a lot of lightning on the team that's going against the Hero Musketeer? You know, so it's all these things that we're going to have to figure out. And here we go.
Our first
match
2v2
number 1
matchup of the
our
day.
Hero Creator Showdown.
I know,
Jynxzi
Andrew,
and
you and I
Ken
are both
at the top,
big
Beniju
fans
and
of
TheGrefg
2v2.
at the bottom. This
Ken
is
and
going to be
Jynxzi
a lot of fun, and there we
against
go, man.
Beniju
Very first
and
hero
TheGrefg.
ever played on both sides. We got Knights and we got the Muskie. everything working down this right-hand side.
Inferno Dragon doing some work at the bridge. And we are, of course, seeing the Hero Knight from Ken and Jynxzi. And first bridge fight ends up with just about nothing either way. And kind of getting classic with some of this 2v2 setup as the Giant Skeleton gets in front of the Royal Giant. And here we go. Hero Muskie. No need for the turret. And Poison will take her off the board. Musketeer down one more time. And does the turret come into play here for the Musketeer? A little high, probably going to save on it. Doesn't go ahead and use it. Inferno Dragon working on the Royal Giant. Snowball trying to reset, but the NATO was great. You hear Jynxzi definitely liked that one. Fireball pulls everything together. Royal Giant trying to break through. All right, this will be the real test now of this Hero Musketeer. Drops the turret down. A little early though. Turret goes down before, a little before the Skarmy gets in. Bowler, Graveyard, Freeze, Fireball. Evo Inferno connects. Bowler connects. 83 HP, that's gotta be it. And that's a GG, that's a well played, and Jynxzi absolutely fired up after he and Ken take game number one. And a reminder, we got rewards coming your way fairly soon. 30 minutes in, a QR code will appear on screen underneath that first seasonal chest, getting you your first reward of the day.
I am absolutely devastated that I missed this gameplay, Rich. I don't know what happened. I think my computer was just as excited about the heroes as I was. It freaked out. It froze. And I don't know. I'm back. I'm back. What did I miss? What did I miss?
Well, Graveyard Freeze did some Graveyard Freeze things, and the Musketeer, the turret ability, came down a half step early in front of a skeleton army. And rather than getting off the board, the turret and the Musketeer got absolutely destroyed, and then just downhill push. GG, well played. Jynxzi and Ken taking the game.
Okay, interesting. So the drop damage from the turret didn't do anything, not enough to lock onto there. Too much damage from the Skarmy. I was wondering about Skarmy dealing with things like the Hero Knight and, of course, the Giant, but now we see it actually had good success against the Musketeer. Wow, I'm like pretty jealous that I missed that first game. Which team took it? Team Knight?
That would be our Team Knight, Ken and Jynxzi taking the day in game number one. So my pick is already in trouble here with this Musketeer, and that's interesting, right? When you think about these hero abilities, the Knight one seems like it has a lot of pretty intuitive. Hey, I want things to look at me. Press the button. And maybe the timing is going to be important. Obviously, timing will be important to a certain degree. But with that Hero Musketeer, you're dropping the turret right next to the Musketeer. That's a lot of things that can attract problems if you're already kind of in the danger zone.
Yeah, and you got to really wonder, like I was talking about earlier, about that spell value that's going to come in when you know you're going up against. I mean, that's the one thing about today, and obviously we miss this in dual modes and on ladder, is you don't know what your opponent's running. But today, obviously, we know every single person is going to run at least one card. So how are we going to counter that? Skarmy did well here. Maybe spells will do well in the future. And excited to get into game number 2 here in just a moment to see how the rest of this 2v2 plays out. Man, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. bummed.
Well, and now I'm watching it back here, and two things happened. Is not only did the Musketeer turret drop a half step early and not clear the Skarmy, but as that whole giant push comes in, the Hero Knight ability pops, drags the Musketeer and turret aggro towards the Knight, and that's just, again, a nasty flood of troops downhill to get the Graveyard win. So, yeah, game one in so far. The Hero, we were talking about that, right? That Hero Knight ability just seems simple, seems intuitive.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, it's one of those very forgiving, you know, when we talk about like abilities from champions, you know, now we're going to be talking about heroes and their special abilities. That does seem like maybe the most forgiving one, because at the end of the day, when you push that button, you know exactly what's going to happen, exactly when it's going to happen. It's going to go off because of the shield and the HP of the Knight. Whereas if you hit it at the wrong time with the Giant, maybe you hit the wrong unit the opposite lane, or like you were talking about with that turret there. And then the mini P.E.K.K.A one's going to be really, really interesting to see how these pros use as we get, you know, to see him later on in the day, or I should say her later on in the day, just to see like how they want to use that leveling up ability and when. So yeah, like you said, I think the Knight is the most intuitive, and I do think the Knight is going to be one of the strongest. You know, we'll be getting him tomorrow, so that's a really, really exciting thing to look forward to, guys. Hero Knight, Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A in the game December 1st, which is tomorrow. Musketeer and Giant coming just a little bit later.
Yeah, you mentioned the mini P.E.K.K.A thing, and you not only have the leveling up, but also the healing aspect of that mini P.E.K.K.A ability. So you put all that stuff together, and it does feel like that's one where you could mistime it pretty badly, right? Where you wait a little bit too long and your mini P.E.K.K.A gets evaporated right as you're hitting it, things like that. I'm very curious now. I feel like you might have the pick today, not only with the team composition, but then you mix in the quality. I don't know. That's so fascinating. Honestly, I think maybe we both got it right. I think that maybe it's the Hero Knight with its simplicity is going to be the one that carries the day today.
Well, the biggest thing for me, as we talked about earlier, is just that Hero Giant. I really am so curious to see what the Germans are going to do with it. You know, those are some of the most innovative players that we've seen in the history of the game, especially when you talk about Morten and the people that they work with, that they're surrounded with as their friends and other people, their decksmanship. So I'm really excited to see how, because that's the one, as I said before, that I can't quite put my finger on the best way to make that ability work. So yeah, and we're about to hop into game number 2 here in just a moment. It's good to see Ken too. I haven't seen Ken in a hot minute. Usually you see him towering over everyone at World Finals, and we did not get that this year.
Yeah, you said towering. I don't think people realize how tall Ken is. Like, we don't have a lot of, unless you've seen him standing next to a person, it's actually kind of, it's almost intimidating if he weren't such a goofball. So yeah, Ken is giant. People also don't realize, until they've seen him in real life, how big Morten is, how big Sam is. Those three, like, that's the post game of the Clash Royale basketball team.
And remember, guys, we're only covering half the matches during this first phase, so all the other matches, the other 3 matches, will be played offline or on your favorite creator's channel. So as much as, oh, there you go, look at that, boom, right there you can see Team Giant versus Team Mini P.E.K.K.A by scanning that QR code, and it'll go to whichever creator is streaming that. Obviously, we wish we could commentate on all of them. We could see all the heroes in action, but we got to go for half, at least in this very first phase. Then we'll be covering every match moving forward as we get to that second part of the day. Looks like we got a couple technical issues that we're working through right now. I think they're getting all sorted out as we're about to hop into game number 2. Team Knight up 1. We'll see if Team Musketeer can bounce back. You know, that's what's another thing that's really interesting when you talk about all those videos that are released with the creators and the heroes and their new abilities, is like sometimes things look a lot more overpowered because you're trying to show how strong it is in the video. You know, when it actually comes to the gameplay and maybe people countering it, or like you're talking about the timing, it might not be quite as strong as we thought. Musketeer did seem like the strongest by a mile coming into today. Now we'll see if it's actually going to be something like Knight, Mini P.E.K.K.A or Giant. Yeah,
that's curious. And now you know, the other thing I wonder about too is, do any of these abilities specifically benefit certain decks over other decks in places they enter in as a composition? Right, talking with some of the people before, people in the know before this competition today, they were saying that Hog Knight is almost undefendable with that Knight ability to drag whatever you're taking towards a Hog. Of course, how might the meta shift towards things that defend the Hog in ways that don't involve troops? Maybe that will be a shift that we see take place. But things like this Evo, or this hero, got to get used to that. Hero Musketeer,
Yeah.
Where does that turret become most valuable? I guess we'll find out when we get into the solo phase. Right now, we're about to head into our first Mega Draft as we've got Ryley and Lucas facing off.
Yeah, a lot of fun here. So this is different than obviously the Mega Draft that you guys see in game because, you know, we have to have the heroes available. So what's happening is these guys are picking with their teams. You guys can see the tri-cam in each box there, obviously all on call, all having a good time. And of course, Team Hero Knight feeling good after game number 1. But going through and picking Mega Draft, you know, a lot of times they talk about you want to go for your spells first, you want to go for cheap things first, win conditions towards the end. And even though this isn't the Mega Draft screen you'll see in game, you can still see the timer at the bottom of the screen. The other thing with Mega Draft is you want to wait till the final second to pick your card. People might wonder why, but it's just about using that time to really go through everything that's on the board, everything that you might run into. Why not use the time in the bottom left? You can see there Gref holding up a picture of, I don't know who that was, but it was a good picture.
I love that pick from Ryley, the Zappies. He took Poison and then took Zappies. There isn't a great spell counter here to those Zappies. That's going to give Lucas a ton of trouble going forward.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you have to do in Mega Draft. I mean, a lot of people say Mega Draft is the most skilled version of Clash Royale because there are no heroes and champions usually available, but obviously today a little bit different. And then the other part of it is, like, you know what your opponent's going to run. You know exactly what they have and what you have, and then you just need to play through it.
It makes it really hard for Lucas to want to pick Lightning, too, right? When you think about that, now you have the 3 Zappies on the board. We'll see how else Ryley picks, and now he picks Witch, right? So he picks a card that's a great Lightning target, but you have the Zappies out there, which kind of nerf Lightning in response. So really kind of goated picks from Ryley here so far.
Yeah. Mega Knight coming down. I like that. That's a great way to deal with a Musketeer and a turret if it does cross the bridge, maybe trying to cover 2 bases there. Poison's going to do a good job covering that Musketeer as well. And
I'm assuming that they can pick.
Witch.
I'm assuming they can pick the champion since they're on the Mega Draft board, and so he does go ahead and pick the Lightning here. Fascinating.
Sorry, I meant to say evolutions earlier when I said champions. Champions, yes, available. Evolutions, not available. Heroes are available in this build, so that's my misstep there. But that'll be nice because I think getting heroes and evos in the same day would just be a lot for us and the players to deal with.
Now, so is Lucas going to be going towards Miner? He could also play this with Drill. So 2 distinctive possibilities, and that kind of changes Ryley's picking from this point. Are you picking to counter Miner? You already have the Knight as a good Miner counter.
I like the Tombstone pick there as well. Great way to slow down all these cheaper units. I do really worry about Drill. I think there's just too many good units to get on the board for Ryley to build a big push. If Lucas does go Drill, I like the Graveyard pick because of the Poison, obviously. Going to help clean up that Berserker, help clean up the Skellies. If I'm Lucas, though, I probably would go... Yeah, Lucas not looking too happy. I was going to say Miner, I guess Miner or E-Giant. E-Giant doesn't feel good either.
I mean, that Mighty Miner feels like almost a necessity here for him to hold on to the Mega Knight. He's going to have to kite Mega Knights around right now, so I have no idea. There he goes with the Miner. Yeah. Mega Knight is going to give him fits and starts. Obviously, he has a really fast cycle. He can play this pretty wild, but I am very curious about how he's going to control the Mega Knight as we get into double and triple.
And Jynxzi there, very excited about the picks here. Ryley emotionless. Jynxzi has brought the emotion for the entire team. Ken, who knows what Ken's doing? That's not a question I've been asking myself for several years.
That's a question everyone's asking at all times. I don't even know what time it is.
So final. Yeah, it's like 3 in the morning for him. No problem. So Ryley taking his time with the very last pick here as the timer did tick down to 0. We haven't gotten his 8th card. There we go. Skeleton King comes in, and man, I don't know. This looks like a bit of an uphill battle for Lucas. He doesn't have... I mean, he's got triple spell Miner, so he's relying on that Musketeer to do a lot of work for him.
I mean, he can get back to her real quick with how cheap the rest of that deck is, so maybe he's going to plan on trying to stack up a whole bunch and see what he can do with that triple spell Miner situation. But I don't know. If I'm looking at this one from a baseline, right now it feels like we are about to get a second point for Team Hero Knight.
And just to let everyone know, even if a team wins the first 2 parts of a said set, if they win the 2v2 and they win the Mega Draft, we'll always be playing all 3 just to get the points distributed. As we get to the bracket phase, be a little bit different, but in this initial league phase, we do need to see all the points that will be garnered so we can put them, again, first versus fourth, second versus third, as we get into that fun bracket phase here. Hero Knight team has Poison, Zappies, Witch, Mega Knight, Tombstone, Graveyard, and Skeleton King. Graveyard was the winner of our first set out there in 2v2. And on the other side of it, Team Hero Musketeer, Log, Lightning, Earthquake, Miner, Skellies, Wall Breakers, and Berserkers. So going to be, I mean, just looking at it, knowing about the Hero Knight ability, there is just not enough tankage on the board here for Team Musketeer. I have no idea how they're going to be able to deal with a heavy push of, let's say, a Knight plus a Witch behind, or a Skeleton King plus a Witch plus Zap. There's not a lot going on there, so maybe Lucas has a plan up his sleeve that I'm not thinking of, but really going to rely on that Musketeer's trusty turret to defend quite a bit.
I could see Ryley potentially not playing Graveyard during this game. Right? Like, he has a whole bunch of tools that can kind of barrel downhill. Keeping the Musketeer alive with that poison is going to be really brutal for Lucas throughout the entire thing. So I would not be surprised to see this just be a big downhill push that runs right over this deck of Lucas, especially with that trip. And you think about it too, between the fact that he can play the Musketeer low to defend against the Graveyard, he has the Earthquake, has the Log, he has ways that he can end the Berserker as well. So we'll see. Let's go ahead, jump into our one and only game in this matchup of Mega Draft.
Best of ones. It's been so long since we've done best of ones that I forgot, even with that 2v2 set. So here we go. Berserker down in the back. Skeleton King, same lane to meet. And
here we go. Wall Breakers
right into the Tombstone. Yep.
And you see Lucas, because he has no other real way to control what's about to come downhill, plays the Miner behind the King Tower.
I mean, Lucas is an incredible cycle player, and we all know that. We've seen him do it for years. So if anyone can figure this out, it's him. I just have no idea how he's going to do it.
And there you go, Muskie bye-bye. And that should be the name of this matchup, is Muskie bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Ryley, I literally just hold that poison until I receive the Musketeer. That's it, 100% of the time.
And Wall Breakers taken care of by the Witch.
And here's that thing that we're talking about, is how does he stop this? Trusty turret down, Skellies to distract for the Miner for a second. I mean, that DPS is absolutely insane from the Musketeer.
Yeah, that was absolutely wild. That was so much damage so quickly. But here we go. Hero Knight at the bridge, and easy tankage. Didn't even have to use the ability. Already pulled.
And he misses the kite with the Wall Breakers, and the ability does do a great job. You know, those 2 Skellies, that's all you need. And man, that is Jynxzi absolutely loving what he's seeing. Beniju and Gref, a little bit different reaction there.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of seeing just, again, the simplicity of this Hero Knight mixed with the fact that, you know, you think about this Musketeer, she has one big problem, is she is still as squishy as a regular Musketeer. Wall Breakers connect, but this is a huge mountain to climb for Lucas.
Yeah, I mean, really, you can just defend this with one card on the opposite side. He decides to go Hero Knight up high. So he's going to eat that Miner damage. Hero Knight does get taken out by that Muskie pretty well, and then now we just need a tank on the board.
Skellies to hold in the middle, Miner to hold in the middle, Graveyard going to have to Berserker, then Log, or Berserker Earthquake, goes ahead and drops the EQ. Wall Breakers to Kite, does a good job of avoiding damage. Wow, but look at all, I mean, yeah, so low on Elixir now.
And he does get the King Tower activation, which, you know, if any Graveyard player will tell you, that's the worst thing that can happen to a Graveyard player. But with only 581 HP remaining and the taunt, right? If the Knight gets close enough, he can taunt the King Tower as well. So this is all things that you got to think about.
Miner pulls back.
I like
holding
that.
Off.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to kind of delay the inevitable. as these zappies still need to be responded to.
And yeah, you can just see Jynxzi absolutely having a party over there in chat with Ryley. Wall breakers in, getting tanked for, doesn't matter. Easy 2 hits from the Skelly King.
I mean, you talk about going up against one of the best in the world with what feels like an incredible disadvantage here for Lucas. Yeah. And this is just a tough, tough game. Tombstone in cycle. There you go. And that should do it right there.
And yeah, you see the tilt of the head from Lucas. He knows that even with the King Tower activation, it's just a matter of moments here, as now he's in poison range. And Ryley going to easily get back, put the poison on. And that's going to be 2 up, 2 down, 2 points for the Hero Knight squad, as they are out to a big early lead in match number 1.
Jynxzi loving it, getting a little bit of getting some nip action there from Jynxzi as he flashes the camera. This is a kid-friendly show, but I guess Jynxzi does. I can just see your face trying to think, what do we say? It was there. It happened.
I don't know what you're talking about. I was too focused on the awesome Clash Royale gameplay that I was watching and thinking about the implications for the Hero Musketeer of all the spells being out there, especially if you use that 2 elixir. Man, this is one of the challenges of Mega Draft, Andrew, is there definitely is something to, I think Mega Draft is one of the most balanced game modes that we have. After 2v2, by the way, I'm going to die on this hill. 2v2, the most balanced game mode that we have. But Mega Draft is obviously generally balanced, but in a situation where you're locked into a card like this one, one of the things that's interesting to me that I think might have been the mistake here. Lucas had the first pick, and Lucas picked Log with poison on the board. And I know that Log is so great, but poison is the one, even to, if you count the tower damage, positive trade on the board for Ryley that guarantees the Musketeer is not involved in the conversation. And letting that one go and go right into Riley's hand. I mean, Ryley, once that was there, just picked an absolute trap, like a room with 4 walls and no doors to trap Lucas in.
Yeah, and that's the other thing about this, this tournament that we're holding is that, Mega Draft, there's usually always there's always a big spell. There's always a big spell that can take care of the Musketeer, whereas when you think about the other heroes that are out there, and there are different randomizations. That's one thing I want to say. Obviously, this is in the dev build because this is not in the game yet, but it's not going to be the same cards every single Mega Draft, but in every Mega Draft pick set, there is a big spell that can deal with that Musketeer. You don't know if you're going to run into a Skarmy or something like that, or a Goblin Gang if you're playing Mini P.E.K.K.A, or, like an Inferno Tower if you're running Giant. Whereas every single time, I do feel like Team Hero Musketeer will be at a bit of a disadvantage during the Mega Draft. And Rich, this is something that players are going to have to figure out as the day goes on, but that's a great point that you make where, if we're looking at spell value out there, what's the best spell to deal with the Musketeer? It's going to be the Poison and then the Lightning. And if I was Lucas, I would have much rather been going up against Lightning than Poison in that situation, because if you're going up against Graveyard and they have Poison instead of Lightning, there's just really no way to cover it cheaply like we saw him try to do over and over again.
Well, you think about it, too. If Lucas picks the Poison first, it's possible that Ryley now does probably picks the Lightning, although might have gone to some of the direction with the Earthquake. Who knows? Maybe stayed small, played a small ball game, but also probably doesn't pick the Zappies, which then opens up more opportunities for Lucas. So really, just a really interesting one. It's hard to pass up Log when it's the first spell on there, and it's the only true... I guess Zap was there as a small spell as well, so you had another option. I don't know. Here we go, though, getting into our final set in a moment. First, we have our first QR code, our seasonal chest. Get your phone out. I'm actually getting my phone out right now. I'm doing it too.
I'm getting it out right now. I'm going to do this on broadcast. We love doing this.
Yeah, this is actually one of our favorites. Let's see, what do I get? All right, hold on.
Yes, I'd like to claim my reward.
Me
claim
too.
All. Oh, I got 4 stars. Okay. 250 elixir collectors. I actually am way down for that. My elixir collector is now almost maxed. That is a great free reward. Love to see it, Clash Royale.
Hold on. Bring us. I'm gonna wait till we come back on camera. I'm gonna tap see my stars on screen. I'll let the audience see what happens. Yeah, I know. I have
such
a good
cooler idea than I had.
I know it's. Well, we got 2 more chests
all
today.
that up.
Yeah, I got 500 champion, wild card champions. So that ruled. Well, I know I'm gonna hold on here while everyone gets their QR and gets it going. We have a banner coming up. We have 2 more chests, so we'll have a chance to see Andrew try to go and get something cool. And look, you got 4 stars. Maybe I'll get stuck on 1.
Did. Someone got 2 rage spells in the chat. Let us know in the chat what you guys got. Obviously, exclamation point anything is not going to work at all today, at any point, ever. Actually, I'll just say this. It's never going to work on a Clash Royale broadcast, ever. Exclamation point anything. It's not.
It's never been a thing.
Keep spamming it. It's never been a thing.
I did see someone get 12 mirrors, and they were slightly unhappy about that. Although,
pretty offensive.
Yeah, pretty not. Although, here's the question, right? Mirror the hero mini P.E.K.K.A. Could that get you to a level 17 mini P.E.K.K.A.?
I saw someone on Reddit talking about if you're running the chef with mirror and the mini hero, or the mini P.E.K.K.A. hero, you could get to like level 21 maybe, because it can't the mini P.E.K.K.A. level up like 5 times or 4 times or something like that.
And then I think it levels up 5 times. Yeah.
So then you have level 16 already in game. I mean, not yet, but theoretically. And then you have the chef, and then you have the levels. Is that level 22? Did I do math? Did I math?
Oh no, with the mirror.
What does
a
level 22 do?
You get to level 23 with that, right? What does that do? I think when it hits your princess tower, it also damages your king tower because it hits so hard. I think that's what happens. But yeah, you play a level 16 mini P.E.K.K.A., but you play it mirrored, so that's level 17. Chefs to 18, takes up to level 23. All right, here we go. We have my stars. Let's go ahead and hit them.
All right, here we go.
2, 3, 4. Come on, baby.
Oh.
I didn't get more.
All right. Okay. Nope, that's okay.
What do we got?
1,000
a lot of
snowballs.
Okay. I'll take 1,000 snowballs.
I feel like 1,000 is okay. Yeah. And I see someone here, 1,000 heal spirits. Okay.
All right.
I don't know why
I'll
it
take
seems
mine.
funny to me when I read that out loud. Oh, and then just to let you guys know, since these, these we have 3 1v1s coming your way right now between Knight and Musketeer. We did try to make this as fair as possible. We did try to get these sets to be creator versus creator, pro versus pro. So what we're going to be seeing here in our first round is we're going to be getting TheGrefg versus Jynxzi, Beniju versus Ken, and then of course the 2 pros, Lucas versus Ryley. So really exciting to see this set 3 1v1s coming your way in just a moment, and we appreciate your guys' patience, of course. That's why we're giving out rewards. That's why we're holding this fun event.
Yep.
Anything is better than nothing. Wow, that's the most positive thing I've ever seen in a chat.
Yeah, I saw someone chat saying Rich was not happy about that. No, 1,000 snowballs is great, because I'm pretty sure I've actually not even taken my snowball to level 15, because I don't play snowball decks very much. So it's possible. I have some. Let me look. I feel like I would have done all my spells specifically to level 15, just because that's smart. But let me go take a look. What is my snowball even at right now? Where are you, snowball? It's not
Didn't they say only the giant could use champions? Yes. That is in the best of ones, or excuse me, the 1v1s and the 2v2s. In Mega Draft, it'll be champions will be available to pick or not. So here we go, our first 1v1 of the day between 2 of the biggest creators in the game, and Jynxzi, one of the biggest creators in the world, period, when it comes to being a streamer. Such a cool, I mean, it's weird to call it like a Cinderella story, but this is just like way later on in the story when Cinderella's already like a queen, if you will. It's like Jynxzi did have very humble start, and now arguably top. I mean, he just won a huge award at the Esports Awards, so congratulations to him, and congratulations to us for getting him to love our game.
All right, here we go. Now we see a bit more viability out of this hero Musketeer. Again, I do want to point out to everybody watching at home that every team knows which hero they're going up against. So that's one of the challenging things about this is you can, in some ways, snipe the hero you're playing.
And I think that you have to. I really do believe that you should be doing that every single time that you're out there on the battlefield. And good start here for Gref, who's already gotten a lot of good damage in. Lightning already doing good work there. Bowler, probably not what he wants to see when running Royal Piggies, but, you know, Bowler is not always a great response. As you can see, Jynxzi is not super happy with how much damage he just took.
Yeah, it's quite a bit very fast. But now he gets, I didn't expect to see a regular Giant, but we have seen, Jynxzi has played Giant Graveyard, Giant Bowler Graveyard, yeah, quite a bit.
Yeah, he's a huge Giant GY player, so I guess that makes sense. And, you know, not a bad pick here from Gref and his team, but I do think, you know, maybe could have had a bit of a better snipe. The E-Spirit obviously going to do a great job clearing up those Skellies piling up, but otherwise not a lot of great graveyard covers.
And this is interesting, using the turret here to defend the Musketeer and keep her alive long enough to mostly kill that push.
And Muskie back on the board.
Was a little surprised that Gref didn't use the turret on the graveyard defense just to get the tanks down faster.
Yeah, I thought about that as well, and that's a little early on that E-Spirit from Gref as this push is coming in, and that's, I mean, that's just an unstoppable push right now. Tower is down. Jynxzi screaming.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. Goes pigs the opposite direction.
It'd be insane if you could use the taunt on the pigs and then they started attacking the knight instead of the tower.
It would be the most overpowered thing if you could make win conditions attack a troop. That would be bonkers. And Jynxzi with the troll GY in the middle, as that's 3 points to 0 so far for Team Hero Night.
Yeah, I mean, wow. I mean, okay, a couple things here. I thought Musketeer would be doing a lot better, but like you said, Rich, maybe it's still figuring out the interaction, right? Maybe it's still figuring out exactly when you need to use that ability and how, whereas the Knight is much more linear. And then second thing there is Jynxzi is a huge Giant GY player, would have loved to see just a little bit more bases covered there with the in terms of Giant GY. E-Spirit came out a little early there from Gref, so just, you know, maybe not the best deck, maybe not the best gameplay. And like you were talking about, surprised the turret didn't come out to maybe help mow down those tanks.
Well, two things here, and to continue on your conversation about the kind of locked matchups, I think that especially of the 3 support cards, I think that the Hero Musketeer is the easiest one to snipe, right? The easiest one to actually do something specific against. Knight and Mini P.E.K.K.A. both naturally, you know, you don't snipe them, so to speak, but as we've already seen, there's a lot of bad stuff out there for a Musketeer in general, especially when you can plan for it. I think that she'll be a lot better when you don't necessarily know if you're going to face her when you're playing your random deck. So I think that this does kind of tip the scales against her a little bit. But then number 2, I just want to call out the Evo snowball play that Jynxzi made to throw the Musketeer back into the middle of the graveyard so that it got absolutely evaporated by those skeletons. That was a pretty nice one.
I mean, he's pretty dang good at the game, honestly. When you look at where he's at on Trophy Road and where you, I mean, not Trophy Road, on Ranked, and you see how high up he is. I mean, he's a very exceptional player. I don't know Gref as well, but that was just a clean and heads up plays from Jynxzi all throughout. I mean, that is his bread and butter deck. That is his, you know, the deck that he is the most comfortable with. So you imagine in best of ones, you're going to see a lot of comfort coming out. I think the only place where you maybe look, where you don't look for just straight up comfort is with the pros. I think the pros, then you got to think about synergy and decksmanship and like, okay, what combines best with this hero? What do I think they're going to run? How do I beat that? Whereas like with these other guys, the creators, I'm thinking comfort first.
Well, then that raises the question, what do we expect out of Beniju and Ken, right? Beniju, a longtime former pro player. He has probably, you would expect, more depth of deck ability than the average content creator does, just because he was forced into that situation. And Ken, who knows what kind of chaos he'll bring.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great point that you make. It's kind of like those videos you see online of like old pros going to LA Fitness to play pickup basketball. Beniju was a pro and a world champion, right? I mean, even just saying his name again kind of like takes me back. You know, he's a guy that's matches we called for so long, found a lot of success. And then when you go from being one of the top players in the world on one of the top teams in history to then being a huge content creator for the last several years, I do feel like he's probably got just a little bit more up his sleeve, maybe a little bit more skill. I don't want to say skill than Ken because it feels like it's backhanded, but again, Beniju is a pro. It's a big difference between being a pro and a content creator. Is that's something that Jynxzi's talked about quite a bit as he is now looking at maybe becoming a pro again. It's a completely different grind, man.
I'll say that if we're talking about who's better at playing on random things like a refrigerator, Ken's probably got Benny B. Ken is great at playing on devices not intended for Clash Royale. Who's better at playing with no sleep, right? If we're doing a how long in a CIA run experiment can you play coherently at Clash Royale, Ken might beat Beniju in that one. But if we're talking at like pure base skill in the game, I'm still gonna go ahead and stick with the former pro. And if you want to see some other current and former pros, go ahead and check out the QR code right below us, because of course there are 2 matches happening at the same time. Team Hero Giant and Team Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. are happening on their personal streams right now. I think this one takes you to Mohamed Light's stream, not entirely sure. So you can go ahead and click it and then tell us where we go. But yeah, you can check out the other matchup as well and then come back and join us, or double screen it and see both at the same time.
Yeah, it's kind of what I'm trying to do here. I want to see some of the other action as well to talk. I mean, there's a lot of speculation for us because we're only watching half the matches, but the ability to see how these other decks are faring. I see Mohamed Light won something, not a surprise there, as he tends to do that from time to time. And just to let everyone know again, these creators, in spite of streaming and creating all the time, we are having some camera issues, so hopefully we should get those sorted out relatively quickly so that we can get right back into the action. Talking about Mo Light, he was streaming again the other day. Other than this tournament, he was just doing a top ladder push, which was cool to see. It's a guy that that has always been told, when you create content, if you were to go live, there'd be so many people there just to watch and just kind of look inside the mind of one of the greatest players, the greatest player of all time, and it's cool to see him back in action.
Yeah, I mean, it's the normal flow of Mohamed Light goes and wins a world championship, and everyone convinces him to go stream for a while. And,
for like 2 months, yeah.
He'll do it for 2 months. Then he'll go and like keep on building robots, whatever he's doing in university right now. So
rockets, robots, all
robots,
of it?
rockets, something that requires lots of hard work. Either way, it's always nice to see Mo do some content for a minute. Hopefully he sticks around, but also when you're the 3-time world champion, an 800-pound gorilla, where does he sit? Wherever he wants.
Wherever he wants, yeah, exactly. So should be getting into the next game here in just a minute, and it's just been a clean sweep for Team Hero Knight so far, Rich. I mean, do you think this is all about the gameplay, or do you think this is all about the champion? It does seem like we've mentioned a few times that just with the format that we have at hand, the Musketeer being the only squishy card, it does seem like they're at a huge disadvantage. I wonder if they can actually turn that around at all today, or if they just kind of got, it was the luck of the draw or the misfortune of the draw.
Yeah, I think if I'm on Team Hero Musketeer, I'm thinking of building decks very much not around the Hero Musketeer, right?
Yeah.
Making her ancillary to the deck building rather than core to the deck building. Because at this point, if she's core to the deck building, they're just going, hey, what are things that make her not good? I'm going to make those a lot. And then, so now that you get to the idea of, can you try to counter snipe the stuff that hard counters the Hero Musketeer? It gets a bit of a problem when you get into the spell situation, but then again, you can try to go, okay, well, if they're running this big spell, what can I do that is not being covered by that big spell? So that's my thought going forward is, can they figure out how to de-emphasize the Hero Musketeer and counter snipe from that and force their opponents to kind of work in that situation, and then that opens her up to being more powerful. But it also the other part of it too is your time playing with these heroes is limited compared to what you've done with the rest of Clash Royale, and the ability of the Hero Knight is so simple and intuitive, and it's hard if you get it wrong. All you do, like, it's such a big blast radius too. It's hard to get wrong.
And all that goes wrong is that things attack your Hero Knight,
which you wanted to do anyway. The worst thing that happens is that somehow the thing you wanted to attack your Hero Knight doesn't, kinda. Like, that's the worst thing that happens.
So Benny Glue, I like that at the bottom of your screen here. I love seeing all the pros do their chain, light bulb, flashlight, Mohamed Light, Benny Glue. Haven't seen that before. And then, of course, just Ken with a very Ken. I feel like that was the most Ken emote I've ever seen in my life. And, of course, him spamming. All right, anyway, we're not going to talk about that. As here we go. We see Evo Baby Dragon and Evo Lumberjack starting to feel like we could be going to the skies here from Beniju. Could also be, I mean, who knows? Who knows? As the pump comes down.
It might be Golem versus Golem here. Ken plays a lot of Golem.
Yeah.
And
Feels like Golem.
Benny has some Golem pieces too. So
Yeah, I was thinking about like Fireball bait or like, you know, spell bait, like what you were talking about, Rich, to make Team Musketeer more strong. And Elixir Pump is actually a great way to do that, right? If you have the Elixir Pump, then you probably want to use the spell on that as opposed to the Musketeer. So at least part of that is getting figured out here by our players as, man, I mean, that is why we were so excited about the Hero Muskie. Ken looking at it just going, what just happened to my push? Hero Musketeer still on the board. Second pump comes down here for Beniju. Basically no damage taken, and this is a tough spot so far for Team Hero Knight. First time we've seen them struggle at all today.
And well, you hit the nail on the head here. And the turret drops, and the Muskie goes off the board, and turret goes brrr. This is exactly what I was talking about, Andrew. You called it out. This is find something that makes your opponent make decisions that don't target the Hero Knight. And the pump synergy is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, and the timing on that turret was perfect. It was like as the Princess Tower arrow was flying through the air towards the Muskie, did the turret come down. Now, nice vines here, and this is a great deck pick by Beniju so far. I love that he goes Giant instead of Golem to give it just a little bit more cyclability, and then look at that, the turret going cross-court here. Amazing stuff, but that's a big push coming across the bridge.
Yeah, no pull from the turret, a bit of a problem as a tank with the Giant.
And that Vines is going to be not enough for Benny here, but does he have enough time? Evo Lumberjack going to do it. I think that's enough. Wow.
Wow. Absolute next level. And that's what we're talking about, Andrew, is find ways to make it so the Musketeer can, you know, when you talk about other decks that run Musketeer, you're talking about Classic 2.6, talking about Balloon Cycle, stuff like that. Protect Your Musketeer is such a important piece of those decks, and in this case, distract, right? Like, hey, don't look at the Musketeer, don't look over here, because over here's something else. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, and it was really interesting to see like how the Evo Knight was just didn't really synergize great with that Golem deck. I mean, you see probably it's tough because you get the Knight behind the Golem push, and a lot of times you want everything to attack the Golem, right? So your DPS support cards are protected. So then do you go Golem HP first and then you activate the Knight ability? Yeah, it's interesting to kind of figure out what the synergy is there and maybe what the lack of synergy is there, because it didn't seem like that Knight ability could do much for that Golem deck.
No, definitely couldn't do as much as you want. Maybe thinking something else would be the target on the Golem, but when you can't handle pumps, we have all been there.
Yeah.
When you can't handle pumps, I remember during there was a period, like in 2019. Wow, we've been doing this game for a long time. There was a period where there was the double small spell meta, right? Where it was Bar Barrel Snowball was the big spell meta, and pumps got big because big spells were kind of out for a minute. And the number of times you get into a matchup and someone can stack pumps, and we saw kind of a version of that here where do you go? Do you hit the pump or do you not hit the pump? And man, I think that we finally saw the Hero Muskie kind of do all the things he wanted to do, including not using the turret on the defensive side, dropping it and absolutely blowing up the turret or the tower on the opposite side of the board.
Yeah, the timing there was perfect, which makes me think that Beniju has played, you know, he's put in just a little bit of time figuring out the exact interactions there. The Muskie's HP was pretty much gone, the perfect timing on that turret there, and then even dropping, I don't know if that was a mistake or not from Benny, dropping the Musketeer opposite lane, or if he was trying to avoid the Musketeer being, you know, taunted by the Knight or not, but it would have been interesting to just see that Musketeer same lane, then if the turret would have done its job pulling, had that defense been a little bit easier. But, you know, honestly, the MVP there was the Evo Lumberjack. You know, that Lumberjack goes down, and the Ghost Lumberjack being able to put in all that damage was absolutely imperative for Benny to stay alive. So, that was a pretty good deck. Honestly,
Yeah.
I really, you know, it was kind of all the things we were talking about. You talked about it right before we got into gameplay. The great answer to that question is going to be the Elixir Collector, at least in this situation. And now I'm curious to see, do we see more Elixir Collector from Team Musketeer? Do we see more Earthquake plus, you know, 2 small spells maybe when you're going up against Team Musketeer? So the meta will evolve as the heroes kind of roll out more as this day goes on.
Well, also thinking back to the Benny play to the right-hand lane now, because, you know, all this is in such a retrospect as we try to replay it in our brains, but I'm wondering also if he wanted the Musketeer to walk off so that there wasn't so much lightning value, right? Because that's the other possibility, is that he knows lightning's out there. If you use the lightning on both the Musketeer and the turret, well, now the DPS is gone and you're getting good value on that lightning. So very possible he just wanted them to separate so that there was no longer an easy choice on lightning. And I think that was the name of that matchup was choice. And Benny, you saw very quickly that Ken was was frozen with decision fatigue early on in that game.
You know, and another thing to add on about the synergy of this deck from Benny is that a lot of times when you see a person running Elixir Collector, they usually don't have another building, right? We've all kind of been in that situation where you're playing someone that has Elixir Collector and they're kind of panicking and they have to defend, so they play the Elixir Collector like they would in the place of a cannon or a bomb tower just to kite things to the middle. It's like, I cannot have your golem get to tower. I guess I have to sacrifice my Elixir Collector. Now with that turret, you kind of have a mini building. And if you combine it with something like the Vines, as we saw, that's enough of a delay or a distraction to pretty much take out any tank in the game. So really, really great build here from Beniju. And yeah, that's exactly what we were excited about today, right? We saw Hero Knight come out and kind of dominate a bunch of games. Now we're seeing, you know, Hero Musketeer get figured out just a little bit. Now we're seeing maybe some of its strengths.
Yeah, it's possibly some of its strengths here. And now also to put it in context back at the competition side of things, this was a 3-0 decimation up until this point. This 1 point means, again, remember talking about accumulating points in this phase for the bracket, for the seeding in the bracket phase, which could be very important, especially when you think about the hero versus hero matchups as we go forward and getting that that top matchup, maybe for the better relationship between those two. Now a chance to not only go without the blank, but potentially end with 2 points out of the 5 possible in this first match, which would be very big for Team Hero Musketeer.
Yeah, I'm really curious to keep figuring out, like, what else do you combine with Hero Muskie? You know, is it the type of thing we've seen decks that run like 2 glass cannons, you know, where it's like Magic Archer plus you know, Goblin Demolisher, or Magic Archer or Firecracker plus Musketeers. So just curious to see if we're going to see a little bit more of that as we hop into the final game here of our first league match, our pro versus pro matchup.
I want to say how fascinated I am to see Ryley running bait, as keep in mind that the turret does drop damage. There is a placement where the Musketeer turret drops and fully counters a Goblin Barrel. So Barb Barrel not in cycle, gonna go ahead and use Snowball. So look at this. Snowball, Barb Barrel, and then also potentially the Hero Muskie turret as counters for that Goblin Barrel.
Yeah, and you know, just to play the other side of this coin, is that Monk is such an interesting card when you know you're going up against Hero Musketeer. Obviously, that's not the case that we're in right now, but maybe something for teams to think about down the line going up against Hero Musketeer. If you get that Monk across the bridge and you are able to hit that ability, you know, I thought champions weren't supposed to be available.
Now I'm also confused about that one.
Because that's what I was like thinking. That's too. Yeah. You know what?
Or was it
We're
Evo's
not paid
not
to think, Rich. No, it's.
Oh no, yeah. Oh yeah, Evo's for nobody. Champions. Wait, no, it's just champions. Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
that's why we're just here to talk.
Yeah.
Not to.
I'll let
think.
somebody else deal with this problem.
Evo Skarmy, just obviously we can still talk about things that are relatively new in the game. Still a fascinating evolution out there. It works sometimes, and a lot of the time it doesn't, but I do love seeing the panic hit players' eyes when that card comes on the board if they don't know exactly how to deal with it with their deck.
And yeah, I'm excited to see the gameplay here. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a loss for Lucas for playing a champion. But I'll still watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And when the heroes do come into the game, there'll just be one shared slot, whereas as time goes on, there'll be the 2 shared slots. So that's part of why Lucas is going to be facing a penalty here for playing a champion here in this game. Which actually is really good, because that whole thing we were talking about before, other than for Team Giant, is going up against Team Musketeer and running Monk does seem like a bit of a cheat code.
Yeah, also, just want to point out, I don't think I've seen lots of interactions, but a snowball knocking a goblin from a barrel into range to be grabbed by an Evo goblin cage, I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, that's definitely like a very interesting combination of things that have to happen perfectly. Evo Skellies, there's the barrel. How do you get on top of the General Jerry? You can't get on top of General Jerry. There we go.
All right. This is a nice reflection from the Monk.
And Hero Knight really not finding a lot of good places. I mean, this is just Ryley playing bait because he's good at it. It's nothing to do with the hero, honestly, it feels like.
Yeah.
He's just running a bait deck with Knight, which is, you know, not too far-fetched.
Does the Monk get in front of the Musketeer? Turret. Turret staying up. But second Musketeer. Now, how fast can he play that next ability? She goes down. Minute left.
Did the turret even come out initially, or was that just the Monk ability? It was so hard for me to see.
I think the turret was in there. I could be wrong, but I think it was in there.
Okay. Here we go. 26-30, 21-62. Lucas needed to figure out a way to break through, even though he did run a champion.
He's the barrel. He's the barrel on the left-hand side. And just can't. Lucas can do nothing about the Dark Goblin. He needs to maybe try to catch one with a minor. I think that's the only real thing he can do here.
Which feels somewhat impossible going up against Ryley. Ryley knowing that that's the most important thing for him to do. Now he gets that ability that comes in to distract, as the Dark Goblin, I think, was on tower for a bit, then actually did get retargeted. And you can see Lucas here not happy with how things are going. Tower goes down, and that is a huge day for Team Hero Knight, or at least start of the day.
Yeah, 4-1 on the points for Team Hero Knight to come out pretty aggressive early on. And even with Lucas trying to bring in multiple counters for the Goblin Barrel, not able to find his way on tower in a meaningful way. And so that's a match victory and 4 points for Ken, Jynxzi, and Ryley.
Yeah, huge start for the day for them, and we'll be sticking with our Team Hero Knight as we go on to Team Hero Knight versus Team Hero Giant in just a little bit, what I'm very excited for, which is a team that, as we've said before, can use champions as the day progresses, or I should say all throughout the day. But yeah, I mean, so biggest takeaways from what we saw.
Musketeer
gotta bait out
needs,
spell, yeah. No,
Musketeer needs distractions. You have to put something else to force someone's hand away from the Musketeer, whether it be that the Musketeer is part of your spell bait, whether it be whatever it might be. You need something to make the Musketeer a feature rather than the linchpin. Although, again, in open matchups where you don't know they're running it, you could have a lot more viability. I think that's a big one. We didn't see, I don't feel like we saw the Hero Knight's ability be as explosively impactful as maybe anticipated. Was it impactful? Sure. It had a couple of really solid moments, including in the 2v2, but there weren't a lot of moments with the Hero Knight where I was like, oh my gosh, that was the big thing that just happened here. So those are my 2 big takeaways. So
yeah, and I think, that was definitely, and here we go, another reward for a banner coming in for you guys here, so get your phones out. This one I'll do offline, just like I did the first time, because we're all getting the same banner. And I completely agree with you in terms of the Hero Knight. I will say what's fascinating about it, and it's very similar to when Champions came into the game, just because it's there doesn't mean you have to push the button, which I know is really hard to do when there's a button to push. But that is something, it feels like when you're running the Musketeer, you pretty much almost always want to hit that ability, it feels like, unless she's just crossing the bridge. I mean, even crossing the bridge by herself with 1 HP, we saw what that turret could do. Whereas with the Knight, as we saw a lot, especially even at the very end there with Ryley, didn't really use the Knight ability much until it was like, oh, it's far enough across the bridge, the barrel comes in, the opponent's bar barrel is not in cycle, now I can hit the taunt, and now you can't get to the goblins, or now you can't get to that Dark Goblin, which we saw Lucas have to get on top of the Dark Goblin before anything else because of that Knight's distraction. So really, really interesting when you talk about, you know, one of the heroes, you want to pull the trigger every single time. Another one, it's still a Knight, still one of the best cards in the game. You don't really have to do anything with it.
Yeah, that's the big one. And I love that you said you don't have to press the button, even though it's there. You know, I think that's one of the things about champion abilities. A lot of the times you feel like with a champion, you almost felt like it was a waste if you didn't use the ability a lot of the time, which I think was obviously you learn over time to have a bit of restraint. But with some of those abilities, you were almost, especially before when we were in the 3-card cycle version, you can only have one on the board at a time.
Yeah,
you really felt like you had to capitalize on that ability during that cycle period. Whereas now, I don't think you feel, I don't feel compelled to need to press that button on the, just from first look, on these heroes the same way I felt compelled with champions.
Yeah. Yeah, and since it, you know, it is just the regular cycled card, it's another one of those things too. Just because it's a hero now doesn't mean you don't have to play it in situations where it makes sense. You know, one of the great examples of that oh, excuse me. One of the great examples of that is like Evo Skeletons, right? It's a 1 elixir cycle card. But if the Evo's in cycle, I don't want to use it. I want to wait, you know? And that's something that we do a lot because you're like, imagine what it could do. I don't want to just waste it on distracting an Ice Spirit. So it's kind of this thought process with all these things, champions, Evos, and now heroes. When is the best time to use it? Just because it's in cycle doesn't mean you have to play it or you shouldn't play it because you're excited about what it can do. So just so many layers to the game now, man. It's insane to think that in 6 months from now, we're going to have 2 hero slots or / champion spots. You're going to have evolutions and you're going to have level 16. There's so many things that you're going to have to keep track of, and then how they synergize together. I mean, just thinking about it is a little overwhelming sometimes. Exciting, but overwhelming.
And after all of that, Molite will probably still win a 4th World Championship. So even with all even with all the things, I think that's, you know, one of the things I think is really interesting about the modern era of Clash Royale is the game that we started with was fairly simple, right? 40, I think, what was it, 42 cards? What, 40-something cards, the initial launch of the game in 2016. And you know, you think about there was a certain level of complexity to it for sure, but the level
42.
of complexity that grew every single card that you had added to it was already starting to go, okay, that's really interesting and compelling. And then you added in champions and go, okay, that's a new wrinkle here. And then evolutions, I think, were the biggest change. Because, well, champions created the 3-card cycle, which is now gone. But then evolutions meant you had to track something else besides just their card cycle. Now you're tracking their Evo cycle. And now you're to have champions to keep an eye on, tracking card cycle, tracking Evo cycle, and thinking about hero abilities, right? All those different pieces. And my expectation here is that 2 things happen. One, you'll see more cheese in the middle, because anytime a new thing comes out, the middle of the pack, you're going to have cheese. But I think you're going to see at the top echelons, the top levels of the game, more of a gap between them and the people below them as it requires more intelligence and processing power. And as the top guys who are already so good at that, to reach that level is so difficult. That's why we see so few people kind of get entered into it as time goes on. Not because there aren't more great players, but there's so few people who can be that good with that much going on. And that's really exciting.
I'm really curious about the idea of, I mean, it happens right now with champions and Evos. We see it all the time, of everything coming together at once, and how much of the game is going to be those big, huge pushes where you're like, okay, I have both my Evos in cycle, my champions where I want it in my cycle. I'm going to get my hero involved here too. Now, are there going to be more games that are won with these huge haymaker uppercuts as opposed to chip here, chip there, a little bit of damage? Is it just going to be one of those things where I'm waiting to get everything in cycle at the same time to get this huge, massive snowball push to come down where everything synergizes together and it's indefensible? You know, that's another thing that I think is going to happen in the middle a lot, right? It's something as simple as like an Evo skeleton barrel pushing a balloon, right? It's people do this all the time with like an Evo Firecracker behind, right? It's not really a deck. It doesn't really make sense. But at mid-ladder levels, all of a sudden you're like, oh, I need to get a building down faster than I can. Oh, now my building's taken out by that barrel. Oh, there's a Firecracker piercing through, and then you've lost the game. So I think it's really interesting that you say that, and I completely agree. I think in the middle of the game, mid-ladder is going to become really interesting. And then, yeah, at the highest level of the game, is it going to be a little bit slower, even though there's more firepower? Because you're like, well, I can't go in here. I need to defend because now both his Evos are in cycle and he's got this coming down the lane. So I just wonder if there's going to be more pause at the highest level because it's harder for you to get damage in and then defend. Sometimes you might just have to defend, only defend.
I feel like when we're watching like a top tier matchup with the top pros, it's going to be like watching Mayweather as a boxer, right? Where you're like, okay, I know we're here for the entire fight. No one's getting knocked out. Lots of technical, slow, point-winning stuff like that. And then mid-ladder is going to feel like watching Power Slap, where it's just hold on to this thing, bite down on this leather strap, and try not to get knocked out.
That is maybe the best analogy you've made in our 8+ years working together. The Mayweather to the Power Slap. I think I couldn't agree more. I really, and I do think that with this Hero Giant, we might see some of the Power Slap coming through with the champion involved, with the knocking the opposite lane, with kind of the brilliant minds that are behind the Hero Giant team. And just a little note here from production. It looks like things are getting cleaned up just a little bit. Again, we do appreciate your guys' patience and being here with us for this Hero Creator Showdown. We've got we've only gotten one match through. We got 5 more coming your way. So there's a lot more action, a lot more rewards coming your way, and a lot more hero gameplay from your favorite players and creators in the world. And like I said, we're gonna stick with Team Hero Knight because they did such a great job, and we're gonna go to Team Hero Giant. And so the only thing that we will not have seen by the end of match 2 is that Hero Musketeer, which obviously we will get to today.
Or Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A.
Or yes, sorry, Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A.
Which we'll definitely see. And for those of you who want to watch someone specific, I heard some people talking in the chat, hey, where is, I know Mohamed Light's playing. Yes, Mohamed Light is playing in round number 2. His matchup will be against Team Hero Musketeer, and you can see that matchup by watching the other streamers. So whether you're going to go ahead and check out, I believe he's playing against either like the Lucas, Gref, and Beniju team, so you can go watch their streams. I believe Mohamed is streaming. I'm sure, is Jynxzi up streaming by now? I'm 95%
Jynxzi
sure.
is streaming, yeah.
So if you want to watch Mohamed Light's matchup, Orange Juice is probably streaming. Jynxzi is definitely streaming. I believe Mohamed Light's streaming. So you can go watch those streams and catch that matchup if you want to see that matchup. Get Mini P.E.K.K.A., Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. in action, and of course, if you want to see one of those 3 players, OJ, Mohamed Light, or Jynxzi, they are all on their streams as well. So lots of different ways to watch and participate today. And I do see a lot of people going, hey, Evo Yap. Absolutely. We're professional yappers. That's actually what we're paid for.
Bro.
Because otherwise, if we weren't yapping, you'd be watching a blank screen waiting for the next matchup to come on. So we're just here to hang out with you guys. If you have questions about what's going on, we do have the chat open right now. I can't promise that we'll answer them, but I can promise that we'll see a good question and try to get to it if we can. But I know that Andrew and I are both pretty pumped to see whether or not Hero Giant, it's like Hero Giant, buff or I don't know. I don't have a good rhyme for that. I was trying to think of what's a good alliteration there. Buff or boot? I don't really know.
Underrated. We need that's what we need is Cashman to come in here and do that. Oh, yeah, and just to piggyback on what you're saying about us being Evo yappers, professional yappers, hero yappers, guys, think about where the game was 8 years ago and think about where it is now. Rich and I have been talking the whole time, 9 years ago.
That's true.
We've just been talking that entire time. So, yeah, we're pretty good at it now. Here we go. Hero Giant, top of your screen, bottom of your screen, where we left off with Team Hero Knight, Ken and Ryley coming out against Morten and BigSpin.
Of course, of all 4 of these people, Morten, the 2v2 guy out of this squad, and I'm sure that he and Spin have actually played a lot of 2v2 together as they are longtime friends and content creators who work together. The question is, what are they going to figure out with this night?
Duo stream during the 2v2 league at one point. Obviously, Morten going and sticking with Sam in the long run there. I think they finished 1 and 2 at one point as well.
Does Morten have a mustache now?
I believe that's what that is on his face.
Wow. These kids.
I know. I know. Some have
And
children of their own. Others have mustaches that they've just started to grow.
so that's going to be happy Mother Witch
Yeah.
into all that. Have not yet seen the Hero Giant from Morten and Spin.
Yeah, and that's another thing I'm curious about, is there just going to be moments where they just barely play it. In general, I guess in 2v2, you don't, I mean, when 2v2 started, that was a little bit different, but 2v2 now, you don't just drop your big heavy units in the back and hope it works out well.
Well, we see Evo Baby Dragon as one of the options in Morten's hand. So my expectation here is that, and we do see the Dark Prince, right? So maybe some of your thinking there of some of that synergy. Do we see some Giants get put on skates at some point?
Yeah, interesting.
Triple skates.
And then on the other
maybe.
side of it, Rich, when you think about what Ryley and Ken are running, is there are very few units that you care about knocking to the opposite lane, right? We've got a lot of Swarm, and we've got the Knight. But in terms of everything else, all the high DPS, the Skarmy, the Dark Goblin, the Guards, the Goblin Gang, all that, not going to be something that really matters too much getting hit opposite lane. Baby Dragon does get on tower, and the graveyard is in.
Ooh, arrows was massive. Took about just everything off the board here. Can this Giant actually get on tower? A freeze for the Giant, a Loon behind it, and this is going to be enough. Tower down.
Yeah.
And look at this. Ryley and Ken have only seconds to try to get this one back. We got the Evo Goblin barrel down. Another barrel behind, working on that left-hand side. Some stabs getting in. Dark Goblin trying, not going to do it.
Oh my gosh, that almost went from good to horrible for Team Hero Giant there, almost losing both towers at the same time. They skate by the skin of their teeth and get away with it. And you got one of the best 2v2 players in the history of Clash Royale there, locking it down and doing exactly what he used to do. Perfectly executed Giants that come in, great timing on the freeze, the Loon, all of it came together perfectly. It felt like we were back in 2018.
And I gotta say, I love Spin's reaction there. He was super pumped up. Morten kind of just like leaning back. Okay, all right, we did it. Man, what a fun reaction. And what I really love there out of Morten and Spin is the creativity in building that deck. Let me go back here and take a look at all the pieces as I rewind the stream. And so we've actually seen Graveyard Loon as a 2v2 combination before. The typical thought process is to do double up on your win condition so that they play the counter to the win condition and then you do it again.
Right.
So double GY is so common. We saw on the old school stuff, we would see the double lava, the double golem, but double RG became a thing. But Graveyard Loon specifically has some interesting synergy as trying to counter both of those back and forth can be kind of complicated. And with the freeze and the way that Spin layered the freeze on top of the Giant at the end was so nasty. And I think that just really took Ken and Ryley by surprise as they weren't ready for that last piece.
Yeah, I thought that was a great way of breaking it all down because I was watching it in real time kind of as you were talking about it, and it's fascinating. Morten and BigSpin both dropped their Giants opposite side of the board at like 42 seconds, and then it becomes just this beautifully choreographed push on either side of the board. And I think it's the first time that we've seen any heroes used and no abilities came out of them in terms of Team Hero Giant. Neither of them decided to use the hit. They just wanted the Giant to be on the board, and it worked fine. And I wonder if having it in both lanes, I don't know. It's like, does having it in both lanes in 2v2 really even matter? Because then you have to worry about your unit getting thrown back and forth. So do you just defend, just normally? You don't really have to think about the whole ability, right? If it's just coming down both lanes. So I don't know. It really interesting there. We're commentating on this, but we're learning just as much as you guys are as well as this gameplay goes on.
When you see, I'm watching this back one more time, and the opposite lane Dark Goblin that was working on on that Lumberjack, when the Lumberjack dies in its Evo and goes into the Ghost version, that the Dark Goblin doesn't stick. The Dark Goblin loses and walked just out of range, And it's like, I mean, it's a half tile away from turning and stopping that ghost. And that's that, with the freeze comes in, that ghostly lumberjack comes in and does hundreds of damage. That actually did more than the giant in that moment. So just kind of everything going right for Morten and Spin and going absolutely devastatingly wrong for Ken and Ryley.
All right, here we go. Jynxzi going up against Trymacs. Trymacs out Jynxzi out first, excuse me, picking the bar barrel. And as you can see, no Inferno Tower on the board, no Inferno Dragon on the board. But interesting cards that are there, obviously, all of our defensive buildings. I was going to say the Little Prince is interesting too, because you have the ability to get a lot of DPS down on the board, use the ability to push back the giant, and then the hero ability of the giant won't actually keep the Little Prince from damaging it. It'll just get the Guardian the opposite lane, so that's another thing to think about. There's
Really
so much to think about.
The smart pick from Jynxzi here I like is the bar barrel, making it so that it's not super easy to get like the Goblin Gang off the board. That's to be a question for Jynx, right? What does he pick as his DPS against the giant? Does he go for a ranged troop and try to DPS it that way? You talked about the Little Prince being an option there. Does he go for a swarm troop? He can't really pick the Skarmy unless he also takes that zap off the board. Even then, it's a little bit dicey.
I like Rascals a little bit.
Sure.
I think Rascals is a good idea. Three Musketeers is a little interesting for Jynxzi. I don't really love it for Trymacs, because then you've already got a really heavy deck.
Yeah, Giant 3M could be a thing, though. And then it forces Jynxzi to make a pick for the 3M, not necessarily for the Giant. He goes with the Fireball. And
he goes with the Hut. Okay. Yeah. Or a Cage, excuse me. There's too many names in this game. There are too many things going on these days.
But again, I think the picks right now are smart.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm really curious. I mean, that's like what we were saying earlier. You know, you go for kind of support cards earlier on, spells earlier on, then obviously the win conditions later. I do think it's interesting that Trymacs hasn't picked any spells yet, but I guess when you know that Knight is the hero in play, there's not really anything you can do spell-wise yet. You want to go more towards whatever the win condition is going to be, or the support units, and Jynxzi doing a good job of not really picking any spellable support units yet.
So Try kind of looking spammy. Yeah, the zap's a good pick. He's going to cover some things here, and be able to retarget, right? So retarget stuff onto the giant as the tank. But I'm wondering if he picks
the Skelly King is interesting. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, if he picks Graveyard here with the Giant and the Cannon card, the Graveyard can tank for the Cannon card and vice versa. But then he also kind of forces Jynxzi into some weird picks, right? Do you pick an EQ or Poison and double up on your big spell situation? Maybe he goes and picks the Electro Spirit. And I like that from Jynxzi, right? I don't love the Skarmy into the Zap, but maybe he's just going to go ahead and try to load up his Skelly King.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking that's kind of what he has to do. I think Skeleton King is a really good pick when going up against Hero Giant, because you get the swarm units out early to load up the Skeleton King, and then you can hit the ability, and then all of a sudden that Hero Giant just has no way of knocking anything really on the other side of the board. The other reason I really like this is because when you look at Trymacs' deck, Jynxzi really needed a lot of DPS, and he didn't really have it yet. He had actually really, really low DPS. So now with the Skarmy and the Skeleton King and the Skeleton King ability, he's got a way to do that. Now we're seeing Trymacs go to just completely counter what he's going up against, and I'm really starting to worry that he has no synergy in his deck at all. As a matter of fact, I guess it's not possible because Jynxzi has to make his next two picks, but I was going to say all of a sudden Three Musketeers starts to look interesting for Jynxzi.
Oh, and he's giving Jynxzi Graveyard too, which Graveyard seems like an obvious pick here for him. And at the moment, Max has some fine counters to Graveyard, like not devastating. And then the question is, if Jynxzi does go GY, does Max have to pick the poison here and kind of just go for a beat down pushy deck? Because he does have the technical win condition in the Giant, although Giant always seems like it's half a win condition.
There's the 3. I was just going to say, I really feel like this 3M is a good pick. So now Trymacs is basically stuck with, do I go for a win condition or do I go for a spell? And honestly, I think you have to pick the win condition, even though the spell is what you need, if that makes sense, because he's got no way to get damage. Right now, his win condition is hoping the boss bandit breaks through. And I know that the giant is one as well, but I don't know. I feel like that giant doesn't have the right support around it right now.
Yeah, I mean, Mortar, maybe? And he goes poison to cover against the
he has
3M.
to. He has to.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fascinating.
So you've got Jynxzi's deck that really doesn't have a win condition, and then you've got Trymacs' deck that is leaning really, really hard on just the giant being able to get to tower. I could see this going either way at this point. You know, the early zap to clear the Skarmy and then the poison to keep that Skeleton King from being much of a threat is interesting. I think that one of the biggest parts of this is without the 3 Musketeers, Jynxzi has very little DPS. That, you know, it's just the Skarmy and then the Skeleton King ability, but with the poison, the zap, the bomber, the Valkyrie, that was something that Trymacs was really trying to cover. So this 3M has got to be pulling spells out of Trymacs, and also Jynxzi's just got to figure out a good way to get good DPS on that board.
Yeah, that's good. That's going to be fascinating. I really thought he was going to go GY. That's the direction I thought he was going to go in. I thought that would force. Honestly, I would still like this matchup. I would still like it if he went Graveyard in this matchup, right? He'd be forcing the poison to play exclusively on defense, and then going, okay, try to break through. Then that would have been the call here, is try to break through. Obviously, I'm pretty sure Jynxzi has Ryley in call. I'm not listening to their streams. 95% Ryley was like, go for the 3M. So that's my guess here.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't have. I would have liked the Graveyard here in general, especially for the layering factor as well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I do like that. I do like the Graveyard to layer. I think that Ryley or Jynxzi was probably just really worried about being able to take down these pushes, because if you think about it, the push with the giant, the cannon cart, the Phoenix, and the boss bandit, like that just seems impossible to stop. Yeah. There's, you know, especially if anything gets knocked to the opposite lane, you need that range DPS, so the giant stays away from it. And then, you know, you've got to be able to create a pile up behind that giant, because if you have the cannon cart and boss bandit behind, you just, I don't know. The idea of like the cannon cart, Valkyrie, giant push or something like that, I think Jynxzi needs to figure out a way to create a lot of pressure, and he doesn't really have a win condition, so it's going to be hard to create that pressure to pull Trymacs' attention to the opposite lane.
Yeah, and I'm, you know, the only real way he has to deal with that Phoenix is that 3M. That Phoenix could be a huge, huge problem. If Trymacs had doubled down and gone with gone with the Mega Minion or with the Electro Dragon, that could have been a real problem.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting. The E-Dragon would have been a card that was pretty much impossible to take off the board spell-wise. All right, let's see what we got here.
Exactly. And the 3M comes out early here.
Yeah,
Very early.
I think that's a good idea. Now the poison's out, so now all of a sudden you've started this sequencing of like, oh, now the Skarmy can bait out the Zap, and now there's nothing for the Skeleton King ability, and then if they get back to poison for the Skeleton King ability, then you can get the 3M back down, and nice way to feel each other out to start the game. Because the thing about getting that 3M out early for Jynxzi is that he knows there's not really a way to just get straight to his tower, right? You can't, I mean, I guess you could just drop a giant or a boss bandit at the bridge, but it feels like it should be kind of easier to counter, whereas what Trymacs is really looking for is that big beatdown push.
And Cannon Cart will get its start going the opposite direction for that beatdown potential.
I just don't know how Jynxzi's going to win this game, Rich. It just feels like there's so much on the board that has so much HP.
Yeah, I mean, find some way to get fireballs on tower.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, does that still hit? And it does.
Yeah. That's exactly what we're talking about, and right now the elixir is just at 1x. So now that we're at 2x, all of a sudden it's going to be a little harder for Jynxzi to defend, and I think you just poison this every time.
Oh, yeah. Every single time. Nice helmets, though.
Nice helmets. So you think maybe a Valkyrie right here is just the easy play. Yeah,
Yep,
Valkyrie doesn't matter what the taunting does.
That's actually really... I hadn't thought about that. The taunting doesn't matter against the Valk. The Valk, the ultimate...
Yep.
The long-standing counter to the Valk, the Knight, suddenly maybe a little bit different of a relationship.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another really interesting thing about these heroes. That's a fun thing to have figured out here. As Jynxzi is down by about 400 HP and just going to continue to split these Musketeers, and we'll see if Trymacs ever loses discipline or if he just continues to poison that off the board as he should.
Well, it's very free damage onto that left-hand tower, too, or to whatever tower it goes to. And I was going to say this during, but oh, look at that. I was going to say this before, as we were seeing these decks get picked, but this feels like such a trophy road battle when you look at these two decks.
Absolutely. Type of deck that you lose to and you want to throw your phone when you're running one of the top 5 meta decks in the game, and then you lose to something like this.
You're like, oh, you picked 7 of the 8 counters to my deck in this weird thing that you made?
Just waiting to find me for the last 9 years.
Valk's going to get a swing.
Yeah, now
they get 2 here. Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's real tough. Now we're going to see the Musketeers split the opposite lane, and still haven't seen that Giant come out.
Yeah, and that's fascinating, too. We have not... Here we are in the final minute, and it's been a giantless gameplay from Trymacs.
He doesn't need to play it. I mean, yeah. I think he recognized my deck is just a wall of HP and DPS, and you have no win condition.
And that's what I was wondering, is if Jynxzi was to start playing, play him high.
But Trymacs goes, no problem. I'll just poison higher. And I still have that Valkyrie if I need it. Does get a couple shots in, but...
And so here's what you have to think about, right, is the Knight, notice how you played the Knight up front? The Knight ability is useless if you play it up front, because the Knight's already tanking. The Knight really, the ability needs to be played in a situation where you're pulling that aggro from behind. So you got to start rethinking when you're playing the Hero Knight. You kind of have to rethink the ordering you're used to with where it goes in a push.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really interesting to think about, like, the synergy of getting the Knight across the board to tank for things that are coming down the lane. Like, we are, like, you know, for the Goblin Barrel, for instance. But, you know, we see things in the game like, oh, you get the Knight across the bridge, or the Miner goes in first, and then the Knight crosses the bridge, and then you taunt, and now the Miner's unprotected. Or, like, you know, the Knight is behind the Archer Queen, right? Archer Queen uses her ability, then Knight gets aggro, and then you're able to taunt anything that's then dropped on top of the Archer Queen. So there's things like that that I think are you're gonna have to get a little bit more innovative with the Knight. Mega Draft, a tough place to do it because you never know what you're gonna get. But obviously not having a win condition there, and Trymacs just doing a great job with this pick. The poison was great for the 3 Musketeers. He had to go for it. And then the Valkyrie was such a great choice for going up against the Hero Knight, because it doesn't matter if he's taunted and he's dropped right on top of it. It's going to hit everything in that radius.
You know, I'm looking at this, and I'm wondering why he didn't pick Royal Giant.
I know, Royal Giant was what I was... Are you talking about Jynxzi?
Jynxzi, yeah. I'm looking at this and going, you have the Hero Knight, like, if he'd picked... I mean, if he'd gone into those last 2 cards, right? Because he picked Skarmy and Skeleton King as his 5 and 6 picks. At that point, you're going to have the second to last pick, and there's not going to be, like, there's no crazy DPS that Trymacs can pick, not to mention the fact that you can put the Hero Knight behind the Royal Giant and then taunt the DPS away from the RG. And Trymacs in a situation where he had to pick... picking a building would have been devastatingly bad for him there, too. I'm kind of surprised that Jynxzi didn't pick RG, and I think this is getting back to how much time have you spent thinking about the relationship of the Hero Knight ability with what else is going on the board. And I think that if they were thinking more about that relationship, that maybe that Royal Giant would have been a a more clear pick in that moment.
Yeah, you know, I thought about the Royal Giant as a pick in that moment instead of the Three Musketeers, and I think that Jynxzi and Ryley and his team and Ken were maybe just scared about being able to DPS things down. The one thing about like Royal Hogs and Royal Giant is they cost so much and they give you such little utility that if you ever play them at the wrong time, you've just kind of sacrificed Elixir to let your opponent start to build up that huge push. Right, the Giant doesn't pull any unnecessary Elixir out. Then all of a sudden you have a massive counter push to deal with it. Then they can throw the Giant in front of. But yeah, I mean it's funny because this is so different than what we normally do because everything is speculation. You know, everything is because we don't know yet. We're trying to figure it out, which is a lot of fun. Of you know, one of the reasons why we were so excited about today. But it does just leave you a lot of times going, man, what if? You know, what if? So we'll see as we get into our best of ones, which was, I think, at least in that last set, the best of ones was where we really got to start to see the perfect synergies come together that these people had thought of, that these players, creators, influencers have thought of.
Yeah, where you can actually plan out what you want to do with this deck a little bit more, for sure. You know, thinking about it, too, going back to that Royal Giant situation, and we might see some Royal Giant out of Trymacs here. But thinking of that Royal Giant situation, oh, no, he's playing regular Giant, so what's he doing? Never mind. The Knight pulling aggro from behind a Royal Giant, forcing those DPS troops to walk behind and try to get past the mass of a Royal Giant to get to the Knight, right? So that starts becoming compelling as a thought process.
Wow, and Jynxzi just going right back to his bread and butter, and this time Trymacs and his team were ready for it. Mini P.E.K.K.A in cycle to deal with the Giant. Takes a decent amount of damage, but does protect the Elixir Collector.
Yeah, I got a couple of little touches there from some Skellies. Now the question is, can Jynxzi adjust the way he uses that Knight and take advantage of some of that taunt ability? Pump 2 down.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you can do is vines and snowball stuff, which I actually like those vines. Those are pretty smart vines from Jynxzi to bait out the rage, get some damage on tower, get some damage on the pump. But this Elixir situation is dire as we see Trymacs just ticking to 10. I would have loved to see him drop that Baby Dragon a half second earlier. Waste 1 Elixir there.
So Trymacs going intentionally now to just kind of a big old beatdown deck, right? Try to use these pumps and get a lot behind the Giant.
So here we go. Hero Giant. Witch is out. Which is a great card to deal with the Hero Giant. Now we'll see if he uses the ability on the anything. He wants to use it on the Mini P.E.K.K.A, but the Knight is in front. And he almost hit it. I did see that he used the ability, but the ability did not go off in time.
And now he goes back to another one. Not quite on skates. He might punch here, but the Skellies are in the way. He does punch the Knight away. And getting value, the Heal Spirit a half second late. But look at this, the Mini P.E.K.K.A chases! The Mini P.E.K.K.A chases, forces a Giant out to defend against it. And this is absolute insanity.
Dude, that was so crazy. It almost worked as a detriment to Trymacs using that ability because all of his support cards went and followed the Knight. That's so fascinating. It's almost like when the Hero Giant punches the card across the board, all units attacking it need to lose aggro. Like, it needs to be hit so far out of the air they can't see it anymore or something, because that actually completely killed Trymacs' push that I think would have just taken that tower.
And that then he got so much damage on the other side, which was bonkers.
Yeah.
So absolute chaos. Well, also, I wonder if they were on the other side, on the outside of the Giant, if they would have kept or lost that aggro, right?
And this is going to get to tower. I mean, this should just do it. That's what I'm saying, is I think this cost him the game.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
He knows. He got it. And I'm pretty sure, I don't speak German, and I'm not listening to the stream, but I'm pretty sure Trymacs is going, what? I had it. I had the tower. I had it.
Yeah, and now I want to go do my replay on my own stream here.
Go.
Let me get to it.
Because I'm telling you, if they stay on that lane, on the left-hand lane, yeah, here it is.
Wow.
The Mini P.E.K.K.A is there. The Rage clears everything off the board, but the Mini P.E.K.K.A and the Baby Dragon don't retarget. They should have both just been on top of tower there.
Well, look at this. The Mini P.E.K.K.A, I'm watching this right now. the mini P.E.K.K.A. I think starts on the inside. So now I'm watching from where the first push got killed at the bridge, and I see the giant coming down. And the mini P.E.K.K.A. he plays the mini P.E.K.K.A. on the inside. So the mini P.E.K.K.A. and the baby dragon are both on the inside of the giant. And so when the knight gets pushed over, neither of them had gone to the outside, and they just absolutely follow. You're right. They absolutely follow here. And that giant saved.
It's crazy that mini P.E.K.K.A. doesn't go to the skeletons or the witch. So what happens is the rage comes down and clears up all the skellies that the witch is spawning. And so the mini P.E.K.K.A. doesn't retarget on the skellies because they're gone. It stays on the knight. But I'm still shocked the mini P.E.K.K.A. didn't retarget to the witch once the knight was knocked across to the other side of the board. So I don't know. Wild stuff here and things to figure. I mean, I think everyone figured that one out live because Trymacs also with his reaction.
He was
and
like,
I think
what's
Jynxzi,
happening, dude?
Jynxzi's reaction too to it going opposite lane. You could see he was elated because he's like, I'm still in it. I survived somehow. He had no business surviving that push. Fascinating stuff here from the hero giant. A little bit of friendly fire as we've seen from cards like the Fish Boy in the past.
Oh man, and you saw, I'm watching the ending again. Trymacs had absolutely 0 elixir. And we're working to get, as soon as we get, I know we had some technical challenges earlier, we're going to have replays later in the day once we kind of everything's settled a little bit and we can be able to dig into some of these moments together. For now, you'll do what we do and just rewind the YouTube stream and watch it like 15 times. Because, yeah, what a fascinating situation to watch. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. And they'll switch those colors here because Jynxzi did win that first one. And one connects, you see Spin not happy about that.
Wow. I'm still like kind of blown away by what we just saw. So crazy.
Yeah.
Such an interesting interaction there. And Ken maybe just going straight Remy Eli deck here, which I actually really like. Nice King Tower activation there from BigSpin.
Yeah. Very pretty. Now this does have a lot of value with the knight, right? Can you get the knight timed behind the wall breakers, right? Pull aggro away from whatever is trying to attack them.
Or do you get the wall breakers to put the knight on skates and then just, taunt everything that's there?
Yeah, lots of different ways to do it. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Ken... Go ahead.
I was just going to say is like Barb Barrel has been such a popular log, card in the game right now. It's pretty much replaced log because of, needing that barbarian afterwards. But if you play a knight plus wall breakers and then you use that taunt ability, that Barb Barrel won't take anything off the board because it'll go and try to attack the knight. So another interesting thing to think about, and that's another great play here by BigSpin with that NATO.
Wall breakers in front of this, maybe? No, he's a little bit low on elixir, decides not to. Miner up. Knight's already tanking here. But the previous push, and he'll get some damage out of these bats. The previous push was compelling, right? Because you can be in a situation where a push is almost dead, but then you hit that knight taunt, those skeletons, that princess tower, everything could have turned. The big thing here that makes it so that the knight is kind of nerfed a little bit is the king tower activation, because that's going to be out of the knight's range for the taunt unless it's very deep in enemy territory.
Yeah, unless it's pretty much on the tower, which is already going to be the target of attention anyway.
Exactly.
So nice lightning. Good placement from the bomb tower there, but this is a lot to deal with. And Golden Knight does not chain to tower, but there is nothing left, and Ken here is going to get completely overwhelmed. These Evo Skelly is going to definitely populate the board, but not really create much of a threat.
So a game that had really been in Ken's favor for a while now finds himself in a lot of trouble. Wall breakers get picked up easy, and that cage is going to stop the Magic Archer. And that's going to be a win for Team Hero Giant. And Team Hero Giant is coming out and doing some nasty work today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, great plays here all throughout this entire set, Hero Giant. What's fascinating is that so much of what is happening in this set is they're just playing the game of Clash Royale, not even thinking about having a hero. right? They're just playing a giant, really, and it's just working out well. I mean, honestly, from the beginning of that game when BigSpin activated the King Tower, I was like, all right, he came to play. That was a perfect NATO, perfect timing on that Magic Archer. It's going to help support, you know, anything that has to do with a minor push with, you know, bats or skellies, that small, you know, those squishy or swarmy DPS units. And yeah, I really like what the Team Hero Giant is doing, where they're not really relying on the ability. It's just a part of the game, because I think a lot of people have said that Giant's ability does seem like it's the worst, so let's just not rely on it. And they're having great success doing that.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that with Champions, right? When you're thinking about pressing that button, he's not thinking about that button very much in this one. Very, very little, if at all. I'm trying to go back to that. I'm trying to rewind a little bit to that exchange, which was the first. And again, it's just rethinking your layering here. But it was, I think it was in the first 90 seconds or so. Miner goes in. He had some skeletons around there too, though. Yeah, here we go. That's what I'm looking at. Ken plays the arrows. There's a baby dragon, the princess tower, and I guess that at that point the unfortunate thing for Ken was the king tower was already activated. So it does kind of nerf the push there. But if he pops the knight ability, the baby dragon and skeletons turn away and let the bats take the baby dragon off the board, and maybe the bats go get on tower as well. And that could have been, for less elixir, a lot more damage potentially. Again, I'm not going to do inside the play and go rewind and do my alternate reality videos I used to do many years ago, but I'd love to. I'd love to right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many moving pieces now. I mean, the other thing is this was just a great deck choice by BigSpin. I mean, you talk about the amount of counters there, you know, the lightning to deal with the Magic Archer, you know, all the swarm units were unimpactful because of the baby dragon and the bowler. It was just a really good matchup situation, which is obviously still going to always be a part of Clash Royale. But there was not really any good moment for the Hero Knight to use its ability either. And so that's what's interesting, is you're kind of, you know, the Knight is a support card that you're forced to use for Team Hero Knight, whereas Team Hero Giant is forced to use the Giant as their win condition. So, you know, if you know you're always building around the Giant, you can make better things happen. Whereas with the Knight, you're almost trying to put a square peg in a round hole sometimes, because you have to play it, and maybe it doesn't synergize the best with your deck. That deck it does synergize well with, but it was just a really tough matchup.
Yeah, I'm curious, are we going to see this broken deck that we've heard about with Knight and Hog Rider? It does feel like that's one of those things that I'd love to see. And again, we're thinking about reversing that ordering, right? Not Knight in front of the Hog Rider, but Knight behind the Hog Rider. And the catching off guard, how difficult that could be to defend. I really want to see someone do something creative with that Hero Knight ability, rather than, like we've been seeing with Giant, just play a Giant. No, I want you to see you play a Hero Knight.
Yeah, you know, I was trying to think of like all the decks that you see Evo Knight or Knight succeed in the most. And what's interesting is like Evo Knight is already kind of used like the Hero Knight is, right? It doesn't taunt things, but the Evo Knight is always played to pretty much tank in front or to draw all the aggro because of its extended HP while it's moving. So it doesn't, I wonder if what Team Evo Knight is struggling with right now is trying to figure out how to actually use that ability, and maybe half the time they're just wishing they had the Evo Knight instead.
Yeah.
Like if they had the Evo Knight with that lightning, it would have done so much less damage to the Evo Knight. The Knight would have been on the board longer to tank, would have maybe been able to get bats to surround that baby dragon or something like that. But since it's not evolved and it's going to just draw that damage in, it just, I don't know, it doesn't seem like it's having quite the impact that Team Hero Knight needs right now.
You know, I'm trying to think of our evolutions. Because I remember when there was one when it first came out. I'm just going to go ahead and see if I can bring up the card evolution. Maybe it'll trigger my brain, trigger my memory here. But thinking about, oh, you know what it was? It was Royal Giant. When Evo Royal Giant came out, it changed the way we thought about Royal Giant. Because you started thinking about trying to play Royal Giants early in a game to get back to the evolution, right? Because the evolution was so powerful. And it was kind of a mindset shift of being an RG player. And you saw Royal Giant decks get faster, right? Moving away from RG Furnace, that slow kind of methodical RG play, to an aggressive cycle play. And when I think about what might happen with Hero Knight here, is again a whole paradigm shift in how you think about the way the card's supposed to be played. And how fast can you catch up to that change?
So Ryley going back to basically what we just saw, thinking that he could run it better than Ken did. Obviously not the exact same, but some of the same pieces.
That's a smart miner there. Keeping everything together,
really.
letting that Spear Goblin do some work.
Poison comes out as there's not really any other poisonable targets in Morten's deck. Obviously, last card is going to be that Hero Giant.
Yeah, it is nice to. It is nice when decisions are made for you like that. Where you go, I have nowhere else I'm ever want to use this.
So here we go. I mean, Knight's up front, but no reason to taunt as it's already going to distract everything. I mean, interesting.
But here,
what happens if you taunt?
Right? What happens if you taunt?
I was going to say, what happens if you taunt right when you think they're going to hit the ability? Does everything just go to the opposite lane, like we saw before?
That's what I was saying. Was taunting there to pull all the support away from behind the giant could have been interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when you see two freeze players playing against each other or two players that have NATO play against each other. You have to play yours before theirs to know that theirs is coming, or with freeze, you have to freeze the second that they freeze to make their freeze not as impactful. It's interesting, you know, when do I push this taunt ability if I know he's going to hit my Knight away? And that does seem like a really tough lineup.
Well, I mean, you know, the other thing, too, is looking at this no big spell, especially if the rage is out of cycle, using it when the baby dragon's going against the bats, using the taunt to protect the bats from the baby dragon. I'm very curious. There's all the stuff I want to see.
Yeah, that was actually what I was talking about, kind of about last game, and something that came up earlier this game, too, is, can you taunt and then drop bats down and clean up some of these air cards? You know, like the ability to taunt an Evo Electro Dragon and then actually be able to have swarm units do good against it is a fascinating thing. And Morten just downhill push completely runs this over. And Ryley has no responses.
Absolutely nothing. And this is now a big reversal of fortunes as it's Team Hero Giant with the 4-1 score in this matchup. Completely devastating. And, you know, going back to, I think the conversation was that the Hero Giant was potentially the weakest of everything, of the four that we've seen here. But now we've also seen how well this squad has used it or played around it, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's... I mean, it technically cost Trymacs the game. It feels like it would have just been a straight sweep of 5-0 had that Hero Giant not pulled everything to the opposite lane. But yeah, it is a really interesting thing of I don't really know why it's working so much better than like the Knight did in this set, right? Because they both were just running decks that are good for their respective hero card, even when it's not a hero or not a champion or not an Evo, excuse me. But the synergy here with these you know, minor Knight spammy wall breakers, whether it's with Magic Archer or, you know, Spears deck, it just seemed like it could not hold its own footing against these beatdown decks, which usually it can.
Yeah, I mean, usually a totally different universe. And again, like these players are finding out how to use these kind of in real time, how much time they've had to spend to really try to figure it out and practice them right. These aren't in the game yet. So the only way they've had to do it is within the you know, an internal build, which, you know, it's a limited practice pool you have with it. What I'm really excited about is what we see happen in the next month to 2 months as people start learning and playing and grinding these and figuring it out, and we see cool plays get posted on people's channels and socials and start really seeing the next level of these heroes kind of emerge over time.
Yeah, like, is there a way to get a push with your giant in one lane and then like set up a boss bandit or bandit in the other lane? You know what I mean? So it's like you hit the card to the opposite lane and you already have your bandit or boss bandit there ready to charge onto that unit. So now you've created an insane pressure in both lanes that normally would not be there. There'd be nothing in the opposite lane. Then you'd be able to decide how you want to do it. But if you're able to knock something over there and then get a chain type of card, that's another interesting way to synergize things. You know, we were talking about Giant Double Prince. Yeah, I agree, man. I think the next few months of Clash, the next several months of Clash Royale is going to be very, very fascinating to see how the game develops. And again, like, these decks should have at least done an okay job against, you know, these last two decks that we saw should have done an okay job. But here we go. Let's check in with our rounds here, Rich. We've got scores updated from all around the world for the matches that we haven't been watching on broadcast.
Yeah, Team Mini P.E.K.K.A. Winning their first matchup against Team Hero Giant. And it says 2 check marks, so this next to both OJ and Jynxzi's name. But they're winning that 3 points to 2 points in the first round. Second round, Team Hero Musketeer winning at 3 points to 2 points. So Team Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. is 1-1, and they have an even 5 points across their 2 first matchups. So Hero Musketeer getting a win back. And right now, this looks like it's all. Am I right that all of our teams are 1-1 after our first 2 rounds?
Yeah, it looks like it. Hero Giant split, Musketeer split. Yeah, so then Mini P.E.K.K.A. must have split because it beat Giant. And kind of makes sense when you think about Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. going up against Hero Giant. I mean, right then and there, that's a straight up counter in and of itself. Like, the 2 cards that you have to play, one of them straight up counters the other one. So that's interesting. And also, I'm curious to see how the Hero Musketeer team did in round 2. You know, what did they learn from round 1 that got them the win in round 2? And obviously, these are things that we're all going to be able to figure out once we get into the bracket part of the broadcast. But we still have one more of our league matches to go, and that's going to be the one in the top right there that you guys just saw. I'm going to actually go back here on my my live just to tell you guys what it is. Come on. There we go.
Oh, I think
so it's going to be team. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, Team Hero Knight. Once again, so Ryley, Jynxzi, and Ken going up against OJ, Mo, and Jynxzi. Team Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. as Musketeer and Giant will face off. So really exciting. And yeah, like you were talking about, pretty much all being 1-1. I mean, all being 1-1. Points separated just a little bit, but this is a lot closer than maybe some people would have thought. I actually really didn't know what to expect. So the fact that it's all pretty even is great.
I think Team Hero Giant, that puts Team Hero Giant currently in the lead, right? Because they won they're the only team to have won 4-1. Everybody else.
Well, Hero Knight won 4-1 game 1.
Oh, that's right. The TheGrefg has it split in the first one, but you're right. They won 4-1.
Oh, I see.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, Team Hero Knight but also Team Hero Knight has a 4-1 loss. So Team Hero Knight has a total of 5 points. Team Hero Giant has a total of 6 points because they have the extra one. So Team Hero Giant is currently in the lead, and then Team Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. and Team Hero Musketeer, I think both of those also have 5 points because they won 3-2 and lost 3-2. So Team Hero Giant currently in the lead, and everyone else in the Chum Bowl at the moment.
I was just gonna say, everyone thinking Hero Giant needed as much help as it could get, and ironically ends up being in the lead here as we're 2/3 of our way through the league matches. And yeah, really excited to see what happens in this next team. We are going to see OJ and Mo going together in the 2v2 against Ryley and Jynxzi. Jynxzi going up against Ken in Mega Draft, which does make me happy to see Jynxzi in that Mega Draft spot. Very, very curious to see if Ken can come out with a win there, as Ken has not had a win yet on the day, at least in terms of his like 1v1 matches. He did pick up that first 2v2 with Jynxzi. At least I think so, even though it's split there. I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Yeah,
it's hard for me to remember
right.
anything that's happened even 5 minutes ago. And then, yeah, the one that'll be played offline, we're going to have Trymacs and Morten going up against TheGrefg and Lucas in the 2v2. And then the Mega Draft will be BigSpin versus Benny. And then Trymacs versus TheGrefg, BigSpin versus Benny, and Morten versus Lucas. So that's a really fun one there as well. Yeah, okay, so same thing that we did after the first round. Let's talk about the second round here. I think what we realized, or at least my takeaways are, Hero Knight, while it does have the most linear or binary use of its ability, it seemed in this round too, it really found a hard time of where to use that ability effectively. Whereas for Team Hero Giant here, my takeaway is we haven't really seen what the hero giant can do. We've just seen what the regular giant can do that sometimes punches things across the board. That's really how I felt. It didn't really feel like that ability had a huge impact other than the game that it lost, because I do feel like it saved Jynxzi's tower there. And
now I'm curious if it'll reevaluate this, because I think that the Hero Knight ability is at its on face value, it's the most intuitive. But I honestly wonder if it actually is the most intuitive for these players, given the change in thought process. Whereas now I'm wondering if the mini P.E.K.K.A ability is maybe the most intuitive, because it just goes, hey, heal him and make him stronger, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm you know, mini P.E.K.K.A not out for either player yet, OJ or Mo, but excited to see it in action. The only hero we've yet to see today. And there we go. So every time it attacks, as you guys can see, it gains the ability to level up. So now he's got a full, I don't know, goldenrod bar, and how long it stays on the board. But the attacks fill it up faster. So you saw they're almost able to level up twice.
And here we go, drill to the opposite lane. And you know what, I actually like the play of playing the mini P.E.K.K.A on it. You sacrifice some damage to get the mini P.E.K.K.A charged up a little bit.
Yep, and have it on the board longer, right? Cycling it in the back is the best way to do it. Now it's already able to get to, well, almost level 13. I'm so excited to see a level, you know, whatever, 15, 16 mini P.E.K.K.A, if it happens.
And so far, Team Hero mini P.E.K.K.A has won both of their 2v2s. So while 2v2 is looking a little bit iffy so far, they have been able to get it done in the first 2 matches.
Using the spirits out on both sides, or Mo and OJ, just trying to get through that cycle as fast as they can. Man, I feel like the mini P.E.K.K.A's card art and its drop sound are so much cooler than all the rest of them.
Yeah. In general, mini P.E.K.K.A is generally cool.
Yeah, that's true. That is actually the truth.
That's why it's one of the, I don't know the total number of, this pre-rocket onto the guards. I was gonna say, it's one of the, I don't know the total number of cards that have had minifigures made in Clash Royale, but I know I have a mini P.E.K.K.A somewhere in my setup back here.
Oh yeah. Evo Firecracker with the Hog doing great damage on that right-hand side, and this big breakthrough there for Team Hero mini P.E.K.K.A, as we see that mini P.E.K.K.A at the bridge, stacking up some HP. Still have not seen the ability from the mini P.E.K.K.A. Would have been curious to see it pop right there on the right-hand lane to see how much it healed, but they're going to make us wait. And a double drop.
Do they use it here? I thought that maybe they use it to juice a little bit extra, right? There was nothing on it. Maybe play it there to get that mini P.E.K.K.A onto tower, but opted not to hit it.
And the freeze.
Freeze doing work. Bowler is a really nice overall pick here. I mean, Bowler and guards both are great for Ryley and Jynx against these mini
Yeah,
P.E.K.K.As.
absolutely. I mean, yeah, that's kind of what we talked about at the top of the show, right? You got to have, I mean, guards just feels like a no-brainer almost in every game that you're going up against the hero mini P.E.K.K.A.
And no way to clear the guards.
Yeah, I mean, there just isn't a way for them to deal with it.
Hog not able to sneak through. Guards get on. That's huge. That's GG. And you see Jynxzi is absolutely pumped once more. Full red face. Ryley is like, just kind of
like my ears.
Yeah, Ryley's happy that he won.
Yeah, and Ryley is enjoying his time. It's tough because, you know, we saw Hero Musketeer struggle because it felt like it was always easy to be taken off the board. Then we saw it start to kind of evolve as we were like, all right, well, what can you do to draw that firepower away from the Musketeer, like an Elixir Collector, right? For the mini P.E.K.K.A, what's really interesting is, like, if guards are in play, which they can be in every game, there's really not a good way to get through. I mean, obviously there's going to have to be more layers to this, but the guards are just such a hard counter to the mini P.E.K.K.A. It seems, and you can't spell them off the board. So what do? I don't really have an answer.
Yeah, you got to be running arrows and poison basically every single time. Like that's pretty much it. Or try to get them when they're not in cycle, or double up with something else that the guards. Right, so same thing when you're trying to.
It's like double P.E.K.K.A.
Double P.E.K.K.A. or mini P.E.K.K.A. Prince. Right, so you got to find something else that guards have to put their attention on. Maybe.
Or like mini P.E.K.K.A. Mega Knight with the mini P.E.K.K.A. behind.
Yes.
Right,
Ugh.
so that the Mega Knight can just clear all the spammy card. I know it sounds just. I know.
I'm telling you,
we're talking about the best decks in mid-ladder Clash Royale.
Trophy road extraordinaire today. And again, it's because you can game plan against it. Because you can game plan specifically against it. Man, yeah. We're starting to see. Are we going to see the rise? And we talk about like the cascading effects of a meta. Are we going to see the rise of something like guards? Because people are going to be playing a lot. I mean, we're going to be seeing Hero Knight and Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. a lot in the next couple.
And the guards do great against Musketeer and against Giant. I mean, literally every single one of the cards, the guards do great against.
Yeah, you guys ready for the recruits meta? For another recruits meta coming up? Oh boy.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, but
I
Andrew,
feel like
there's
we need to
four,
see recruits.
There's a whole 4 different places that you can play recruits, so it is pretty. They are going to be pretty fun to watch. But yeah, I'm surprised maybe we haven't seen recruits. We haven't seen the mini P.E.K.K.A. matchup. Maybe we'll see more recruits in a mini P.E.K.K.A. matchup as we go on. Let's go ahead and jump into our next reward. Here we go. Let me go ahead and scan mine. Andrew, don't pop yours early.
I won't.
Gotta wait. But I'm getting mine. Claiming my reward, and now it's going to sit on my phone until we're ready to do it on camera.
Claim all. Do you wish to claim your reward now? Of course.
Yes.
Magic Lucky Chest.
What do you guys got in the chat? What are you picking? What are you getting from yours? All right, we're back on. Andrew, you want to go first or you want me to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay. There we go. 2 stars. 2 stars. 3 stars.
Come on. Nothing. All right, what do we got? 500 arrows. All right.
Great.
I don't feel great about it. What do you got?
You can get yours. You can just stop a mini P.E.K.K.A. maybe. All right, here we go. We get 2 stars. 3 stars. Okay,
it's
come
gonna
on.
be
Give me
3.
4. Oh, it's going to be 3 again. All right, what did I get?
Is yours better? What?
What? Also 500 arrows.
All right, let me try this. Let me try my second one. Is this
I have a second one. That's right.
All right. Sorry, I don't know. There we go.
Three.
There it is.
4.
Oh, we got 4. Okay. Do we get 5? We don't get 5. But
you got 5. You got 5.
What?
And you got a banner. I'm very excited for you.
I'm so happy.
I'm excited for your banner.
I am so grateful.
I knew that's what you wanted was a banner. I got you socks for the holidays this year, Andrew. All right, here we go. 3 stars. 4 stars.
Dude, if you get 5 and you get something cooler than me,
I'm gonna get something
you're
cooler
gonna get something cooler than me with 4.
No! Yes! Of course, that is what I wanted. Thank you so much. It is what I wanted the most.
That's actually pretty hilarious.
I will wear my
sweater.
I will wear my sweater to dinner tomorrow, Grandma. I can't wait. Well, we still have more drops coming, including the already 2-star chest. So make sure you stick around for, of course, all the fun time. Let's see. I got a 5-star. Hold on. I see from the chat. Hold on.
Yeah, it was.
Got a 5-star from one of them, but it was a 400. It was 400 heal spirits.
Yeah, that's tough. That's a tough one. 400 Musketeers from a 5-star feels more like a 4-star reward, but that's still great, honestly.
Yeah. Right now, Musketeers rip. Okay.
990 or 900 zap in total. Okay, got it. All right, here we go.
Ooh,
this should be good.
There's so much on the line for Juice. There's nothing on the line for Ken here. There's literally not a thing on the line for Ken here, and there's so much on the line for Juice. Because I can tell you right now that if he loses to Ken in Mega Draft, we are not going to let him hear the end of it. We are going to be reaching out immediately.
Oh, definitely. I'll text him right now.
Yeah, we'll be screenshotting it. We will screenshot it and post it on Twitter.
Jynxzi has to pick Witch, I think.
Yeah.
Because there's no way to spell the Witch off the board. You'd have to play like a Fireball plus like a Delivery when she crosses the bridge. And it's such a great counter to... Oh, sorry. Ken needs to pick the Witch. Sorry, I get confused with the screens, but and he doesn't. So now I'm wondering if I'm Jynxzi, do I just pick the witch so that he can't pick the witch?
Yep. Exactly. And the witch will be annoying for the knight.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, cool, you taunted all the witch skeletons that are now killing your knight. And taking his time with it.
Yep, this is classic Jynxzi Mega Draft picking. His favorite game mode, period. He goes Fireball and Log.
Yes.
Classic him, picking spells.
Yep, smart guy. He's a smart fella.
And that's actually a really great pick, because the Ice Wiz now cannot be taken off the board, period. There's just nothing you can do. And that is one of the strongest defensive cards in the game. That, coupled with the Mini P.E.K.K.A, you don't need a building.
Oh, and
like
then he could also play NATO here and just have a defense that you can't get past ever for the rest of your life.
Yep.
And he wants NATO too, potentially, to not allow, because Ken might pick Hog, right? I mean, anything here. Actually, I mean, Hog is the most straightforward one, but yeah, that's interesting.
How does he not see the witch?
Hello, witch.
Unless I'm missing something, it just feels like it's such a huge oversight. I mean, I guess Jynxzi will just Fireball Log it every time then, but I don't know.
What's he gonna?
I also don't love the minor
Loon?
pick, because now you can just cover it with Mini P.E.K.K.A every time, and that gives it the most time on the board.
Yeah. All right, Juice goes Valk. I'm wondering if Ken's looking towards Loon here, but now he's gonna be going into Ice Wiz, Tesla, Fireball.
I mean, I think Jynxzi's already won this.
Yeah.
There's really nothing that Ken can do other than, like, I guess Mortar would be a way to get on tower, but that's not really going to work. You know, everything else is a loss. Golem is not going to do good against a hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. Neither is Elixir Golem. The Piggies and the Hog have a Tesla and a Fireball to deal with, and Valkyrie.
But can the Hero Knight do work? That's the question. Can Hero Knight do work? I mean, the synergy with the Miner is 0.
I mean, in general, his deck just feels like it just feels like they're playing two different games. One's checkers, one's chess, and maybe I'm not giving Ken enough credit here. I love that he just has cleaning supplies in the back. It's just so Ken.
I was going to mention it earlier.
Where is he?
I was going to mention it earlier. The stuff on the back, I didn't do it. I'm glad that you did. Like, look at Jynxzi has this. Jynxzi has a serious content creator setup, and I think that Ken rented this room today because he also is kind of a traveler. He's all over. This could just be whatever Airbnb he's in somewhere in the world.
And his collection of cold medicine behind him.
Yeah, seriously. Ooh, and Juice goes Hog.
Interesting. I don't really love the Hog pick, but I don't think Jynxzi really cares. I think he's just thinking about an opposite lane.
Yeah.
I don't really know what he could have picked that would have been better, to be honest, though. So, like,
yeah, there's so
Loon.
much. Yeah, maybe Loon, but there's so much air on the board that he could have probably shut down Loon, and he has the Cage Snowball already. Not to mention the minions, so he could have layered stuff. So Hog might be the best pick out of this. And there goes Ken with the Loon, and that was my big question. Does he want to go Minor Loon here? I feel like, I mean, look, if you can find some way to get to the Ice Wiz, cool. Maybe the Snowball works, but it feels like between the Quick Cycle, the Tesla, and the Ice Wiz, it feels like you got the Loon pretty well countered because you're not super worried about that Miner.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't really see the way, well...
Oh, interesting.
I'm trying to think of the synergy
there was a
with
UI
the,
problem. I'm getting word from production. Because this is a UI they built, it's not an in-game Mega Draft.
Oh,
the pick was Royal Hogs, not Hog Rider, from Jynxzi. So,
that I like more. And we have someone in the chat that I wonder if they're watching
on someone else's
Jynxzi's stream. Yeah, and they can see that.
Yeah, because it was Hog Rider on our stream. So that is a very different pick, especially with was Ken's and Ken has no splash. Ken's only splash is can he, as the Skarmy sort of, and the Snowball. Ken has no splash here. So the Royal Hog, the Piggy's pick is bonkers too. That's great.
Chat, just to give you guys a little bit of a help here, because I see a handful of people asking about the rewards. So there's 3 great ways to do this. One is to pick up your phone, open your camera, and hold it up to the QR code when you see it on screen. Another is to open this on your phone, screenshot it, and then in your photos, you can hold down your finger on the QR code. And the other great way is to come into the chat and click on the link that our admins have provided for you guys. If you can't get the drop between those 3 ways, sorry.
Yeah.
I have no other answers.
If you can't, then my friend Tommy Boy over here will bonk you on the head and throw you out the window.
So now we should be hopping into the game any moment now because we do know what the cards are. I'm still waiting for that moment where the knight synergizes perfectly with everything and our minds are just blown. But as of right now, we haven't seen that yet. As he starts with the split piggies. Thank you, production, and thank you, chat, for letting us know.
Now, interesting wrinkle here is that, you know, when you're thinking about that Loon pick, Ice Wiz and Tesla, can we see that Knight do what it needs to do here to break past those?
So Ken trying to use the ability there to give the Knight just a little bit more HP to maybe get a swing or 2 on tower. Doesn't work out, ends up being wasted elixir, and the Snowball was wasted as well.
The Skarmy all the way to the outside to not let the pre-log take it off the board. Good work for Ken.
Yep. Yeah, you can see the look on Juicy's face knowing, if he had hit that Skarmy, it would have already been game over. But good play there by Ken.
All right, here we go. Setting up Knight in the back.
And the defensive capabilities of the deck that Jynxzi is running right now is just brutal. I was going to say that is a perfect fireball.
And that the ability on the Knight there a little late, but you see what Ken was going for. Trying to pull. This time the log might do it. Does he pop the ability perfectly? Yes, he does. Snowball down.
It's over.
Can Ken
it's
get
over.
there?
Oh!
Ken just barely gets there, but the spend. The spend.
Yep.
And now here we go. Piggy's opposite side. Cage does come down.
That was actually really well played by Ken, honestly,
Yeah.
all of that. You know, he baits out the log. He knows that Jynxzi's going to pre-log it. He has the Knight ready to go, and he has enough elixir to deal with the Piggy's opposite lane. Very little damage done on both sides of the board. Good stuff so far. Interesting. And the other thing that I think is like something that we didn't think about, or at least I didn't think about when we were talking about the decks being picked, is the ability to kite and do damage to the mini P.E.K.K.A without giving it a target. The Ice Spirit is a great example of that. The Snowball is a great example of that. The minions are as well.
Late Skarmy trying to get DPS on those Piggies. They'll do okay here, but lots of damage given anyway. Final 18 seconds of regulation. And here we go. And again, you know, we're seeing the Knight in front of the balloon rather than behind and then retargeting.
Yeah, and the thing is I mean, in a perfect world, there's a way to get it in behind, so maybe it's like the miner tanks for the loon, and then once the miner goes down, then you activate the ability on the Knight. I don't know. It seems really hard to sequence.
Well, you got to think of the ability almost like a mobile zap.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the idea. And especially with the Loon, right? We have a lot of precedence for the order in which you do things for Balloon. Except for that mobile zap doesn't require proximity the same way.
Yeah, that's very true. Here we go, Loon in. Just a naked Loon. Easy cleanup with the Tesla.
Now think of if you play that Loon there, Tesla comes out high, and then you Knight and then ability at the bridge to pull the Tesla out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's really what has to happen is he has to use the Ignite ability to distract the Tesla. And Mini P.E.K.K.A alive. Wizard behind. I mean, Ken is only behind by just a little bit here.
No, Ken's fully in this game, and we know that Loon can be devastating if it does hit.
I don't really know what that miner was supposed to do. I mean, I guess he was trying to get to the Ice Wizard, but that's just not going to happen. And Jynxzi has
look
a
really bad.
Massive push.
This is, oh boy, cage down, trying to hold. Snowball makes some room, but you got to get, oh no, now Piggy's got the opposite direction.
Yeah.
And Juicy's running all the way downhill. Piggy's on, fireball in, and that's GG, that's well played. The Mega Draft meme will not happen yet to Jynxzi.
And Ken just getting a bit demoralized here, being stuck with this hero knight that he cannot figure out today. Jynxzi doing a good job there. We didn't really see the Mini P.E.K.K.A do a ton, but that's the thing, is it doesn't need to do a lot, right? Getting it to level 12, getting it to level 13 was already enough to pull the elixir out to then create opportunity the other way. And that's something that we saw him do over and over again. Make your opponent overspend on this high-level Mini P.E.K.K.A. Now send Piggy's opposite lane. Ken did a really good job of holding on for most of that game. But then you get into double and late into double and into triple elixir, and that becomes really difficult to keep up with. That was a great deck. That deck didn't even feel like a Mega Draft deck from Jynxzi.
No, and that's one of the things he's really good at, right? Is making something in Mega Draft feel like it's supposed to be there. And if you ever watch Jynxzi play Mega Draft, yeah, you recognize a lot of what he did there and did very, very well. Recognizing, I mean, the hard part of Mega Draft, right, is recognizing the whole scope of the board early. And obviously you're usually trying to pick spells, and for a long time you're picking champions early, right? You wanted to make sure that, and because especially when champions were limited and so dramatically impactful, 3-card cycle, you knew you were going to get one. Now it's shifted a little bit, but we have not seen champions being picked very heavily in these, very little, in fact, so far in these Mega Draft battles. So,
yeah, I'm
a shift,
curious
but
if they're
do it quickly.
Able to. I feel like I don't know, right? Because they're not supposed to be able to use them with their hero, but then in Mega Draft it feels like it's available. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that one. But to kind of piggyback on what you're talking about there, Jynxzi does such a brilliant thing with his first 2 picks in the Log and the Fireball, 2 of the best spells in the game. But it's his next pick in the Ice Wizard that kind of just seals the deal, right? Like, once that Ice Wizard is in his hands with no way to take it off the board, there's just no way for Ken to break through, which is why I think it was really difficult to Ken to figure out what his win condition would be. I think the balloon was maybe the best option he had. I honestly still think Mortar could have maybe worked, but I don't think it would have won. You know, but the balloon just had really difficult time getting on top of tower.
Yeah, and it was going to take creativity. It was going to take a lot of creativity, and you know, Ken was trying to not get destroyed by engorged Mini P.E.K.K.As and big Royal Hog pushes. So yeah, no, I understand not being able to, especially when you haven't done it a bunch, not being able to synergize that very quickly. And now we go into the pre-built decks. Here we go, the 1v1v1, Jynxzi and OJ to kick things off.
This is our final match before we get into our bracket set, and things were very, very close as Rich and I were breaking down before we got into this final matchup of the league phase. So going to be very curious to see who ends up on top. As of right now, Team Mini P.E.K.K.A splitting things down the middle. 1 to Mini P.E.K.K.A on Mega Draft, and 2v2 goes to the Hero Knight. Is that right?
Yes.
I think it is.
Yeah, so it's on the left side of the screen. There you go.
Yeah, I just couldn't remember.
So OJ going with a little multi-bait deck, the Skelly Barrel Wall Breakers. Nice connection
and Jynxzi there. Is literally just doing what he wants to do and keeps running Giant GY, which I'm glad to see that OJ actually has. I mean, you've already got a good counter with, you know, the Mini P.E.K.K.A, so the guards have to get involved in that conversation, but the Dark Goblin plus the Rascals is going to be really tough for Jynxzi to deal with.
Yeah, that's very nice pieces. Snipe City. Let's see if it pays off. There is the Evo Snowball and the Vines.
And that's still going to get damaged. That's actually not a... Yeah. And now the Mini P.E.K.K.A has a little bit of free reign because the guards are out of cycle. And there you go. Comes down immediately.
No spell to support the Mini P.E.K.K.A.
But does bait out the Evo Snowball on defense. So now Jynxzi already finding himself another full couple cycles away from getting an impactful graveyard push in.
And Wallbreaker just have to be eaten.
Yeah.
Full connection, and now Evo Skellyburrow goes the opposite direction. This time the Vines will be a little bit better.
Yeah, I don't like that overspend by OJ. That's just a little bit too much. I don't think he needed the Evo Barrel initially, and then I don't think he needed to support it with the Vines. And Jynxzi doing a good job there of just covering with the guards as soon as he can.
That Dark Goblin is a little bit distracted here, but the Rascal Girls doing their job and very little damage in.
And that Mini P.E.K.K.A is stacking HP. Stacking its experience. And uses it to get to level 14. Nothing happens, though, as the Knight connects on the right-hand side.
Yeah, good layering on the defense by Jynxzi with, I mean, the Witch and the guards together here. Just directly wanting to make sure that no weird Mini P.E.K.K.A problems arise. And no big spell to deal with. It's hard for OJ to deal with these, especially on the opposite side of the board, just with the spell situation. Oh,
dude,
boy.
That was a great Knight ability because the thing about the Knight is keeping that Evo Witch alive while the Skellies go down. And so the Evo Witch is able to just overwhelm. That Evo Witch is on the board for so long. And OJ knows he's just completely over. That was excellent by Jynxzi. That Knight ability was maybe the best one we've seen yet, other than the opening 2v2 that I missed.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to go back up and watch that Knight ability one more time. I don't know if we're at a stage where we can get the get our replays in. But yeah, the Knight ability just keeps everything right there.
Yeah.
And then he still gets a tower. Still gets a tower and gets in. That is clean. And this is a situation. I'm gonna watch the layering too. Go ahead, Andrew.
I was just gonna say, yeah, because you really want to always protect that Evo Witch, and you see that Knight ability do a great job. Then the Vines comes in. The Vines are on top of the Knight and some Skellies almost, it looks like. Doesn't get on top of the Witch because the Knight's on top of the tower. And yeah, I mean, that works out great for Jynxzi. You know, think about instead of tanking for a win condition, just tanking for one of the strongest support cards in the game in that Evo Witch.
Yeah, now I'm trying to go back and see if anything was actually targeting the Evo Witch there. And that's the big question with these abilities, right? Is like, would the same thing have happened if you didn't use the ability versus did? So the Knight's on the outside. And yeah, I don't know. It still feels like it was the right play, but I also don't know if anything was targeting the Witch yet. Maybe that Spear, but I might have been targeting Skeletons instead. Doesn't matter anyway. The downhill push just decimates the tower. But
well, what's almost interesting about it is that the Knight's shield with the taunt maybe doesn't exactly defend anything attacking the Witch, but it makes that Mini P.E.K.K.A useless. Because you see the Mini P.E.K.K.A all of a sudden is like, oh, I can't attack anything that's in front of me, and then it just goes to the Knight, hits the shield, and then the Mini P.E.K.K.A is taken off the board. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean...
Yeah, the shield, you know, I keep on not really factoring the shield in, and yeah, that Mini P.E.K.K.A takes a swing, and that Knight is still healthy. All right, let's see if Ken can pull out a head-to-head victory here.
I love that that Jynxzi just keeps running Giant GY every single bit best of one, and no one stops him. It's pretty great.
All right, Ken getting heavy to start things off. You know, something, I don't know when it started, but as soon as Jynxzi started doing, like, the hand, you know, it's been something the last couple years started doing, that's a very juicy move, and it feels so diabolical out of maybe one of the sweetest people I know.
He gets diabolical on his stream sometimes. You know, he's got his crazy laugh that he does. His crazy evil laugh with the hands.
Sure.
Oh, there we go. And he's going to play Mortar. He knows I'm happy. Mortar with the mini P.E.K.K.A. and the barrel. I actually like this deck. I mean, it's basically the really popular deck that's out in the meta right now, just replacing the Knight with the mini P.E.K.K.A. And that Baby Dragon will get on tower.
Yeah.
Oh.
You get a swing? No, it goes to their tower. So kind of a calm after a lot of gameplay. A little bit of damage.
And looking at what Ken's got here, I was gonna say it feels like it's Golem, but you never know. I was like, it feels like it is, but then you know you're going up against mini P.E.K.K.A. maybe you don't want to run it, and just opting to completely eat all this damage.
Yeah, and then does he use the ability? He's used the ability already, yeah, I guess.
And Baby Dragon goes opposite lane. That's one thing that Ken did not want to have happen.
And the Knight
this is
pulls
looking
the
a little
aggro.
scary.
Yeah, well, that Knight pulled the aggro, and if he'd waited for the mini P.E.K.K.A.,
Wow.
I think this would be tower down. I think that the Knight going as early as it did, maybe not. No, I think the Knight going as early as it did. No, but then the Baby Dragon.
Wow, the Baby Dragon gets there.
I think that would have gone through and even done some King Tower damage if he'd waited to pull the ability until the mini P.E.K.K.A. Because all he got from it was a minion and the Princess Tower damage.
And now Jynxzi's in a really tough spot. Playing a Mortar deck against a beatdown deck in this situation, especially when your win conditions are Mortar and Evo Barrel, becomes really, really tough because Ken's happy to play in that same lane for the tower that you're going for, and then he can just try to 3-crown you. Jynxzi doesn't really have a way to make his Mortar impactful. You know, you play it up high at the river to try to get on top of the tower, but then you have to worry about, you know, covering it with units dropped right on top of it, like a mini P.E.K.K.A., so...
And you're playing... Here's another question, too. Why are you playing Siege into the anti-Siege hero? You know what I mean?
Like, he's just trying to create any sort of pressure, but that's what I'm saying, is it's very hard to do.
I'm just thinking it's a strange matchup choice overall. Maybe you're thinking that Skelly Barrel was your primary win condition and Mortar was primarily defensive, but...
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has to be at this point.
I'll drop Skelly's there to pull that mini P.E.K.K.A. back. Evo mini P.E.K.K.A. is still alive, but not for long. You know, I think my takeaways continue here. I think Evo mini P.E.K.K.A. is going to be very scary to mid-ladder players who overspend on Elixir. I mean, sorry, not Evo mini P.E.K.K.A., Hero mini P.E.K.K.A. Gotta get used to it. Still getting used to it, folks.
Yeah, yep.
I think Hero mini P.E.K.K.A. is going to be a lot scarier to mid-ladder players than it's going to be to experienced players.
Yeah, I mean, the P.E.K.K.A.s in general have had a hard time at the highest level because they're so easily controllable. And Ken looking to pick up his first dub here, not in a 2v2 game.
14 seconds left. Jynxzi can get faster to the tower, so can he just get there? And he says no. That Skelly Barrel goes into a Zappy. It won't drop anywhere near the tower, and Ken...
with his new favorite
shorts.
emote, and Jynxzi not happy about that L.
Well, at least it happened here
before,
and not in Mega Draft.
Yeah, true. It's tough, man. It's a really tough thing to get to the second tower against a beatdown deck when you're running Mortar Barrel. As you saw there's just really not a good way to get on top of the Princess Tower, so you have to kind of bait out Elixir on the right-hand side so that you can send in the Evil Barrel on the left, or the Evil Skeleton Barrel, but then you have to worry about defending the right, as we saw his King Tower get down to 800 HP, so... Yeah, really well played by Ken. I mean, he gets the last second win there. I mean, and that's so much of the case when you're playing Mortar against Beatdown, whether it's in the skies or on the ground, is if they take that first tower in the final seconds, you're probably going to lose that 2-tower game.
Yeah. I can't wait. I'm gonna ask Jynxzi about it, but I guess maybe the idea of playing a siege, whether it be Expo or Mortar, against the troop that can make you retarget whenever it wants, just seems strange to me.
Yeah.
But then again, we also know how much better Jynxzi is than I am.
Yeah, fair. But I do agree. I did not expect to see Mortar going up against Evo Giant, or excuse me, God, yeah, you're right. It is hard.
Hero Knight.
It is hard.
Hero Knight.
Yeah, I was gonna say Hero Giant or Hero Knight. I just wasn't expecting it. Hero Giant more so than Hero Knight, but I guess there's at least ways when you're playing against beatdown decks to create enough pressure in the opposite lane. Hero Knight does seem maybe like the worst card to go up against.
The Hero Giant can't punch buildings, can it?
No, I don't think so. That'd be wild. And then the giant just falls it to the other side of the board.
Yeah, that would be the ultimate Benedict Arnold situation there. Worse than what Fisherman has done. Yeah, I'm looking at some of this, and it's just absolute brutality. And the other thing too is Juice was never able to get the fireball really working in synergy with the skeleton barrel to clear stuff out of the way. So yeah, those zappies were just an absolute menace. Absolute menace.
Let's see what this says.
And then Jynxzi has literally the largest water ball I've ever seen in my life.
I know, he does have, like, he literally, like, drinks it like this. It's insane.
The handle on it is so big. The handle on his water bottle is so large. Here we go. This is the matchup I know a lot of you at home were excited to see. Ryley and Mohamed Light. And this is our first look at Mo today on stream?
Yes, this is our first look at Mo today. The 3-time defending world champion. Reigning, defending.
I love the wallpaper decoration. Using the wrapping paper. I have too much of that wrapping paper at my house.
Oh, yeah. Is that the Clash? That's the Clash stuff?
That's the Clash wrapping paper, yeah.
Yeah.
I have enough where I could, for the rest, I have a lifetime supply of that wrapping paper at my house.
So Hero Knight doing a great job so far. Picking up 3 of 4 so far.
And Wallbreaker's having to tank for the spears.
Interesting vines there. It was just enough to stop the wall breakers and the Princess Tower, so then Mo has to overspend so that the spear does not connect. And that's when you know it's pro versus pro, as they're just like, I'm not going to let one lick of damage come through.
Thinking about this from the defensive side, if Ryley's Knight gets pulled behind the Princess Tower and there's minions coming, he can use the Knight ability to get the minions to avoid the Princess Tower and come to the Knight instead. Right? Isn't that how that works? I think I'm understanding the ability correctly. Will it pull them past the Princess Tower to the Knight?
It should.
Right?
I mean, I think in theory it should, yeah.
He used the ability there. He does not.
And Witch barely goes down. And right now the guys just feeling each other out. Mo in the lead by just a bit.
Yeah, Knight goes low. Vines hold, and nothing. Not even damage on the towers as the Vines hold those Evo Wallbreakers up high.
So here we go. Evo Witch with the Knight in front to try to keep it alive. And then Miner goes to the back. Knight is there to defend it again. So this is what we're talking about, is that Evo Witch synergy with the Knight is so far been its best combination. And Mo in trouble.
Yeah, the Evo Witch not even going to the Kite Wallbreakers.
Oh,
and that's a lot of damage. Oh my god, it's still alive. You gotta kill it.
824 after that great push, and that all was on the back of getting that second Knight down to protect the Evo Witch from the Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. and then using that Hero Knight ability.
He's gonna take damage here still, I think. No, avoids it somehow. by the skin of RNG. Here we go.
Great job with those vines. Every time, Ryley just knowing exactly when and where to use those vines. Oh, that Evo Ice Spirit is so good.
Filthy.
Yeah, that was absolutely brutal. And now Mo knows the game's basically over. Yep, he's not even going to try.
Yeah, he waves the white flag, gives the point over to Ryley. And that's a clean sweep for Team Hero Night in the 1v1v1 set.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked like it could kind of go either way. 2v2 is always tough to tell. Hero Night does a better job there. Then Jynxzi does a great job in the Mega Draft section. And then, yeah, it's all Hero Night all the way through, which, you know, I think we're starting to see at least what they have leaned on, which is, okay, I can't quite do it with Balloon. It's not quite working with minor wall breakers, but if I use it to protect my Evo Witch, that could create a lot of problems for my opponent, and it just created problems for the best player to ever pick up a phone and play Clash Royale. Mo Light, no responses to Ryley there, and that Ice Spirit also, when we were talking about, or earlier I was talking about ways to stop the Evo, oh my gosh, this is going to kill me, the Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. It's so difficult. We just got used to saying champions and Evos, and now there's heroes, so to stop that Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. is things like the Snowball, things like the Vines, and things like the Ice Spirit. They're all really great ways to not give that Mini P.E.K.K.A. experience, I guess. I feel like that's also the best thing to call it, based off of all of the games we played over the years. To level up, you need experience, at least in RPGs. I don't really know what his is. Pancake syrup?
Charge
his syrup meter?
Well, they are pancakes. I think he eats a pancake. I think that's technically what it is. Is each level is a pancake. I don't know how you get to a pancake. But here we go. Points. And it is the Hero Night team going to come out on top in the end, getting those 9 total points on the back of 2 4-1 wins. I thought that was more points that they had than that. I could be wrong. Either way, they got a lot of points. And then it's the Team Mini P.E.K.K.A. at the bottom, so we're going to run it back. This same matchup is going to be the first round matchup again here as we get into our bracket phase. And then we'll see Team Hero Giant versus Team Hero Muskie in our other semifinal.
Yep, 3 more matches coming your way, and this is now going to start to decide who gets $5 grand, who gets 15 grand, and who gets $25,000. Not a bad way to spend your Sunday, walking around playing with all these new cards a day early. Remember, guys, that tomorrow is another huge update coming to Clash Royale. There was one last week. There's another one today, or tomorrow, excuse me. And we'll be getting those cards that you just talked about, the Hero Knight and the Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. And so, Rich, I mean, obviously, we're still figuring things out, and we're still figuring them out rather slowly. But do you have a takeaway of the strongest hero you've seen so far today?
It's so hard,
right?
I still think, but so here's what I still think. I still think Hero Musketeer is potentially the strongest because of people not being able to intentionally game plan against it, right? I think so. There's a lot of potential for it being the strongest. The meta might shift to it and to try to counter it very quickly. So I don't think we've seen Hero Giant actually do anything yet. I think that in mid ladder, Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. is going to be a problem, because I think when people start doing like nonsense stuff, when they start doing chef towers and mirrors and rages and putting it behind Mega Knights, I think that Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. is going to be an absolute mid ladder menace. I am most interested in seeing in Hero Knight. I think that from a gameplay and what you can do at a high level, I think Hero Knight has the highest potential. So Hero Musketeer, I think, still has the highest potential for being broken. Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. is going to dominate mid ladder, and Hero Knight is the most exciting, and it's the first one that I want to unlock tomorrow when these things drop.
Yeah, I think I agree with all of that. And then the Hero Giant, it does just feel like we've seen a lot of Giant today. And I don't think that, like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I just feel like it was just a Giant. You know, it didn't feel like it really, the ability really mattered. And then that starts the question of, like, does the Hero Giant need a buff? Does it not? Does it need to, do units need to untarget the card that the Hero Giant hits across the board? I think that might need to happen. it's hard to say. And it was also so situational, but I do think that one instance of Trymacs and Jynxzi was the one time when we saw the Hero Giant's ability would have been impactful, but then those cards chased the knight across the other side of the board and then ended up not working the way it wanted. So yeah, I think I agree with you. I think the Musketeer maybe, has the most opportunity to just be kind of broken right now, and then the Hero Knight has the most exciting synergies out in the game that we're going to figure out, and then Mini P.E.K.K.A at a mid-ladder level will definitely be some 16, 17, 18 level Mini P.E.K.K.As running around. Yeah, mirrored and raged up and vines thrown out, and it's just, I mean, that's the other part of it is like we haven't seen like straight cheese decks yet when it's just like, oh, a 2.4 cycle Mini P.E.K.K.A spam deck. You know, I don't know if that works or not, but you know, that doesn't sound fun.
Like some Mega Knight Sparky Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A nonsense with a rage in it. Goblin Giant Sparky, Mega Knight Mini Hero Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A rage. Maybe a heal spell in there just to really make it nonsense, right? You put that in front of a Chef Tower. That's going to be, and then Andrew, I'll do you one more. Then you throw in some sandbagger who's got cards at level 16. But who's at 9,000 trophies on Trophy Road, and there's someone who's coming up at like level King Tower 13 or something. You put all that stuff together, it's gonna be
one shots the tower.
Yo, it's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a problem.
I'm curious.
I can't wait.
If like sounds fun. Can't wait to lose to that and break my phone.
Well, that's why you get that direct pass to get into ranked next season. That's why that's such a nice addition.
Yes. The Hero Knight plus a Sparky combination, I think, is really interesting.
Ooh.
I think that could be something fascinating. Because it's not the same as a NATO, but what if it was? What if you ran NATO with Hero Knight and Sparky? Then you NATO everything together and you taunt it, and then the Sparky is just left completely alone. I don't know if it works, but it sounds annoying.
Yeah, I mean, think of being able to stop, like, hey, your EWIZ no longer counters a Sparky because a Hero Knight makes it change direction.
Yeah.
Dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
God, that's the one I can't wait. I can't wait. Give me Hero Knight. Give me Hero Knight. That's the one that we're gonna do. So we're actually gonna do only the one of the two semifinals on stream here, folks. So one semifinal is gonna be off stream and one's gonna be on stream. The first semifinal is the one we just saw, so they're gonna actually play that one. We're not going to watch that matchup again. We'll let that matchup take place off stream, and we're going to watch the other matchup, the Hero Giant versus Team Hero Musketeer, will be coming on here in just a moment.
I like that. I think that's a great adjustment for our schedule and for the viewers at home for not seeing exactly what we just saw again. And then the other part of it is, can Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A figure something out? Because this is all best of one, guys, in terms of elimination. So Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A going right back into the fire and against the team that they just lost pretty handedly to make it to the grand final. So they could be seeing themselves out very, very quickly. And then for us, an exciting thing we haven't seen yet is we haven't seen Musketeers since maybe they've learned how things have progressed throughout the day. Yeah. And we've seen Hero Knight in every single one of our sets. So to see Hero Knight gone and see Giant Musketeer interactions is interesting, because those are also, when you talk about like Mini P.E.K.K.A kind of countering Giant, Musketeer is also another great counter to the Giant.
Also true. And by the way, folks, those of you who are going, hey, that's the one that I want to watch, well, guess what? You can, because all those players on Team Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A and Team Hero Knight are also streaming, and we'll have QR codes here on screen once they get going, so you can go and watch those matchups. We'd love you to stay here, but as long as you just watch the one you want to watch. So you want to go watch Mo Light stream, go watch Mo stream. You want to go watch Jynxzi stream, watch Jynxzi stream. They will all be streaming that matchup. You can go check it out and make sure you don't miss any of that. And of course, you can always double screen, and that's what's up. You can watch all of it happen. You know what you could do? You could, if, assuming that your setup is completely insane, you could, I don't know what's the word for 12, right? What's the Greek for 12? It's not, because Deca is 10. What is 12 screen called? You're not quad screen, right? You're not quintuple screen. No. You're not octo screening. You're not deca screening. You're doing whatever 12
You're
is.
trip quad screening. Trip quad screening, I think, is what it is.
What is
my headphones are dying, so I'm going to swap my my headphones out.
12
so I'm just kind of deaf
Latin.
at the moment.
Your
It'll take me like 2 seconds.
Your duo deca streaming.
You could say anything about me right now in the world, and I could not defend myself.
Oh well, don't give me that opportunity.
And the smile on your face is making me uncomfortable. All right, I'm back. I'm back in.
All right, welcome back. I played nice. Dodeca. There you go. I thought Dodeca was 20, but I guess it's
Dodeca. Wow.
Yeah, because a dodecahedron, like a rhombotrunicated dodecahedron is a 20-sided figure where each side has 20 sides. But maybe that's 12, and I've had that wrong this whole time. Either way, dodeca, I guess people are saying in the chat, is 12. So you can dodeca stream this one and see all the different perspectives at the exact same time. Let it go. Let it
That sounds horrible. That sounds horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like a little bit extra. People would, when I used to stream the group stage of the CRL qualifiers, I would do 2 streams on my screen. I would dual screen it so we could follow as much as possible. Some people loved it. Some people were like, even that was too much for them to have 2 different games going on one screen. Some people would actually put up like a piece of paper on their screen so that they didn't have to watch one half of the screen that was confusing to them.
Yeah, I mean, especially because it's like, well, which one are you commentating on? Oh, you're commentating on the one that I'm not watching, and then, it just becomes this... Yeah. It's about as hard as us saying hero, champion, and Evo all correctly when trying to describe the games. Can't wait to get roasted as the year goes on, just as every time that I... And then I call it, the Goblin Cage, the Goblin Hut, because it's the last thing that I'm thinking about. So our jobs are hard here too, guys. Our jobs are hard here too. So we're about to hop into Hero Giant versus Hero Musketeer. Here we go. There's the prize pool. $25,000 to first place, being split 3 ways. Not bad. Second place, each player walks away with $5,000 there for a grand total of $15,000. Coaches might get some money too. And then, of course, third and fourth place, our first 2 eliminated teams still walk away with $5,000 for giving us these hours of entertainment and maybe working through some of the growing pains so that we don't have to tomorrow. As I know I am going to be glued to my phone tomorrow just figuring what mortar deck works best with these cards.
Yeah, which one are you leaning for with the mortar deck? Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A or Hero Knight?
You know what? I honestly, thinking about it, it could be Hero Knight, but I think it might be Hero Musketeer. This happens a lot when you're playing with your mortar deck, where if you are in the wrong matchup, you only can rely on your secondary win condition, which is why Evo Barrel has become so popular, even though I'm not a huge fan of it. It was always just minor. It was pretty much always just kind of like minor plus a spell was your secondary win condition behind the mortar, or vice versa, however you want to call it.
Yeah.
But if you have the ability to play a unit that can do so much DPS and kite these Tower Seekers without having to use your mortar on defense, that's another great way, I think, to be really, really annoying with keeping your mortar in play as an offensive weapon as the game goes on. And then the other thing that you'll see at mid-ladder a lot is the expo effect on a mortar deck, where someone drops a mortar and then they play a cannon or a Tesla next to it, and you're always like, okay, so I've won this game. Because it just doesn't really work. But now the ability to maybe play a mortar and then play a high musketeer and kind of do the same thing is interesting. It's like an interesting way to deal with it. Obviously, it's going to give away a lot of spell value, but I do think that that's a fascinating take on it. Maybe I'm completely wrong here, but at least right now, I think it's either Knight or Musketeer, but I'm kind of leaning towards Musketeer just because I'm a mortar player. But Hero Knight is probably just the way to go. You just play the Hero Knight up high, and then you use its taunt, and then your mortar's protected. So yeah,
especially like for me, oftentimes I'm playing a lot of cannon decks, and I'm just countering mortar at the bridge with cannon, and you go, no, that's not happening. That seems really, really abusive.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a really great point, is the amount of times that you're hovering when you drop a mortar to catch something, or when you've played against someone for a couple minutes and you realize that that's how they want to defend every time. So what happens now is, we see people just double drop. It's like, oh, mortar goes down, and then half a second later or 1 second later, they wait for their opponent to process, and then they play the Rascals or the Cannon card or the Knight. Now you can just hover it until whatever comes down and then hit the taunt, which will always give your mortar an ability to stay alive a little bit longer. So yeah, that's probably the smarter way to go. But thinking. I think I was maybe thinking a little greedy in terms of like I want my mortar to stay on offense. So yeah,
you can
very
even
interesting.
set up knights in the back and wait for them to get close, and then drop the mortar, and then you don't have to. Now you don't have to worry about anything. Hey, the mortar's here, and the knight walks up, and they drop something to the mortar, and you go blip. Nope, look at me instead. I mean, yeah, it does feel like that's going to be really abusive for your people.
For my mortar fans out there.
Yeah.
What about you? Do you have a deck that you want to? Well, let's talk about what these guys are doing. Oh, nope. Here we go.
Oh, here we go.
What everyone wants.
Hold on.
All right,
Let's get it.
All right.
Let's get it. Getting mine.
I don't think I opened them on both my accounts every time. I need to reopen.
Oh yeah.
I definitely didn't last time. I mean.
I've been so focused on my main. I haven't touched any of my mini accounts for a while.
Yeah. It's been a little bit harder with all the things changing in the game. Okay. All right. I've got mine queued up, ready to go. Can heroes be mirrored? I believe yes, but I don't think you're gonna have like 2 different abilities out. That's not gonna happen.
No, I think it's with the hero that's it's been on the board the longest. Has the ability.
Oh, okay. Okay, so the opposite of champions, where it's the newest champion?
I think it's the other way around. I feel like I saw that happen earlier tonight, but I can't remember for sure. All right,
you want to go first this time?
Yeah, I'll go first.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Nope. Oh, come on, don't do me like that. Okay, we get 3.
Okay, 3-star.
We get 3. What do I get for this first one? And
all
right, I'll take that.
It's pretty good. Pretty good for a 3-star. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, here's my other one. Here we go.
Okay.
No. Oh, they're just sitting on me. Here we go. 3.
Yep.
3 again. All right, what am I getting here? And a bunch
also
of
seems like a good number. Seems like a good number. Okay, here we go. Got mine. Okay.
Yeah. Nope.
Sticking to 3 and 14,000 gold. Okay, I feel okay about that. Okay, here we go. Second one. No, they took me off screen. Fine. Oh, it was a 4-star. I'm not going to open it until we're back on.
Okay. Here we go. 2v2s. And do you want to like break this push up by using the ability?
Big shake of the head there.
Yeah, Galvenstein was actually good. I'll take it. Here we go. A lot of splash here to work against these piggies.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, my headphones. Man, everything is just falling apart over here in Santa Monica. All right. The piggy's coming in.
Not doing what it wanted.
No,
and
that
do you
is
drop?
not a great
Do you drop
poison.
it? No, you don't drop it. Interesting.
I think you already did, right?
$90 seconds in regulation, and so far Benny and Gref way ahead.
Yeah. It's interesting not playing Morten in the 2v2 when it's finally into the eliminations. I don't know if I agree. But I do like to see Team Hero Giant run the Monk when they know that they're going into the Musketeer. I think that's, I mean, you pretty much, I feel like you have to run in every game this set.
Yeah, that's good for them.
This whole match, yeah. Lightning to clear it off as well. Now the second Musketeer comes down.
Does she stand the poison? And she does.
But the turret does come down and takes out nothing. The Zappy's retarget just before the bomber goes off the board, but turret always going down in front of the Musketeers, so... I wonder if there's a way to get the turret out just in time to tank for the Musketeer coming across the bridge or not.
So lightning on both sides.
Yeah.
And now dual lane pressure from Spin and Trymacs.
And there you see the guards come out to pull that mini P.E.K.K.A. away. And Giant will get a King Tower activation. If it used the ability on the Fisherman would literally move 1 tile, I think. I don't know if that's exactly how it works, but it seems like it. And that Evo Valkyrie just getting put in so much work. But still decent damage in, actually, for Team Hero Musk.
Here they go again. Now you don't have the Evo Valk.
Oh my gosh.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah,
they all go
like
away.
Vanished, but that was an insane amount of damage.
I don't think that they have lightning. They don't have the elixir for lightning right now. And you see trying to lightning block.
Yeah, they just poison arrows that out. Not even worth risking the lightning.
Yep. Why is there a lightning?
Because they
go.
can.
And there you go. And big celebration from Gref.
Yeah,
He and Benny
that's
take
huge.
the 2v2.
One step closer to that massive prize pool. And Trymacs and BigSpin struggling. All right, here we go. We're back in it. All right, hold on.
He's on his 4-star.
I got my 4-star. Nope, that's my phone open.
That's your loading screen.
That's my loading screen. Okay, here we go. You guys can re-experience all of it with me because I closed my phone. All right, here we go. Boom, boom. I wonder if it'll be 4 stars. And
Okay.
And what do we got? 15 witches. I don't know if that's 4 stars.
Is that a coven when you hit 15? I don't know what the official...
What was that word earlier for 12?
Oh,
what was
a
it?
dodeca?
A dodeca. I'm going to work
Dodeca,
that into
yeah.
my everyday conversation every time I'm invited to a party.
Yeah. Dodeca for sure. Yeah, a coven of witches.
And
if anybody...
I'm actually...
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I actually have... I'm gonna do my other one now.
Oh, you have another one. I forgot about that. Oh, the green screen making half of it disappear. That's fun.
I know. I was like, what is going on?
Okay, look at that.
Oh, isn't that what you got? But you
That's
got
what I
yours from
got.
a 3.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I did.
Yes, mine was better than yours, and then I got 112 bats. So okay.
Oh, yeah. Right.
All right.
Yeah, I was laughing about the Coven of Witches. I went to the Texas A&M football game the other night. I don't know if you know this, but Texas A&M, their cheerleaders are like these guys in white outfits that look like milkmen. And I decided that the pluralization of a group of A&M fans is a milk of Aggies. A milk, yeah. That's how you like a murder of crows, like a milk of Aggies. There you go.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to be known as. Oh, look at that!
Yeah.
I open up my phone and I open up the other drops. 5-star.
Oh,
And I got
what?
five monks from a 5-star. I feel actually okay about
That's
that.
actually
I think
crazy.
That's actually pretty great. Yeah.
That's
so there
pretty
you go,
wild.
guys.
Yeah,
very, very
monk.
happy about that.
You know, I was saving EWCs before the changeover, but the one thing I did spend them on was getting some of my champions up to 15, because then I was kind of trying to think about it. It seemed like that was the right move. So, yeah, getting my using my champions.
I know. It's so hard to say because I don't actually really know enough now about like the EWC conversion to gems and then using gems to level up my cards. But I do feel like there was some usage out there of the EWC. Maybe it was that. Maybe it was the champions where it was like, this is actually the best value. All right.
Mega draft.
Couple of pros picking some cards here.
All right.
Morten versus Lucas.
Does Lucas have first pick, and does he pick Lightning?
I think he does have first pick. And
Oh,
that's a
picks
great
Monk to
pick.
yeah. Yeah.
And
don't
also
let that
push
be
the
his
giant
answer.
away.
Cool. And now that's also interesting because Morten does not want to use Lightning into a monk ability. So that makes Lightning kind of more funky for Morten.
I wonder if you still pick it, though.
Like
I feel like
Barb
I'd still
was
pick
weird.
it.
Yeah, maybe. Looking at everything here, he
Yeah.
goes ahead and picks it anyway.
It's just kind of the only card in the whole pick here that can just take things off the board. Because there's no other big spells, you know?
Yeah, they limited the big spell situation pretty dramatically. Yeah, this is kind of some funky picks for Morten to pick it to figure out here.
You know, since I think the next best response is like the delivery. you could really start to cause some problems with like the skeleton dragons, yeah, the firecracker, the magic archer, the phoenix. There's a lot of cards that you just can't get to right now on the board.
Yeah, maybe, you know, you kind of want to go barb barrel, but it does get annoying with the monk out there. But something to get into the backfield. You know, Lucas doesn't want to do a good job of spreading everything out so the lightning doesn't get good targets, because right now everything he has is big enough that Morten can get lightning value.
Yeah, definitely. So if I'm Lucas, I think now you need to start thinking like lightning bait a little bit, maybe. And then what do you go for a win condition here? He's got Bandit, Giant, Royal Ghost.
I mean, look, you
tough.
have some good hog synergy here overall, right? You have
Yeah.
the firecracker, you have there's definitely some good monk hog rider decks that have been out there for a while. I mean, there is also an argument depending on the ordering here. He could go with the battle ram and kind of go for a bridge spammy deck.
Yeah.
Not really enough to fight at the bridge though. His next pick,
I wonder if he almost just goes Mortar. It's got some decent synergy, and then you just have the ability to just have the firecracker be really, really annoying.
I remember when the firecracker was introduced, people were like, the pros were so annoyed about it because of the idea to dodge things.
Yeah, I mean, just the way it moves and it being able to go cross court, like everything. There's just, I mean, it's still such a great card.
This witch pick is nice because this is that's gonna be a hard one for Lucas to deal with. Doesn't have any way to get it off the board when it's on. I mean, more to get to a point where he might be able to stack some witches late in the game.
Yeah. I mean, I guess with the witch, you're thinking about your bar barrel, your firecracker, and that's about it. The reflection from the monk is not strong.
Yeah, how do you deal with that on the other side? The single target damage against a win condition isn't great for Morten. And so now, if Lucas does pick Hog, he kind of forces Morten to pick a building and play or pick NATO and play. He does have actually multiple splash cards, so it is the Hog pick for Lucas.
I think, when you said it, it felt like that was the best pick to go with.
And then delivery will be nice for when the witch crosses the board. That'll actually be really good.
And what does Morten do here? How does he want to support it?
I feel like it has to be either NATO or a building, and there you go.
Yeah. That's literally exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, the NATO almost would be better, but because he's got the Hog, he needs the building. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the bomb tower, I think the bomb tower might be an issue because the firecracker, the monk, like there are so many things that can mess with the bomb tower, right? You get the monk across the board when there's a bomb tower. I don't know. I think that bomb tower might end up kind of being getting abused the opposite direction a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Morten's deck is pretty heavy. I mean, Lucas's isn't super cheap, but it's a little cheaper, so maybe there's the way to bait out the bomb tower and then get the Hog out after that, because Morten doesn't have a lot of single target DPS other than the Boss Bandit, so... Yeah. But Boss Bandit plus the Snowball, that's pretty good in dealing with the Hog. So, man, this is a tough one. I mean, this is definitely a tough one.
I did like your Giant Boss Bandit combination idea.
Yeah.
It really works well. I think it works the best if the troop that the Giant punches at their side is one that the Boss Bandit kills with one dash.
Yeah. And that'd be sweet.
That would be cool.
I want to see that line up, and here we go. Lucas, bottom of your screen, Firecracker out, going up against Morten, his Hero Giant, top of your screen, Bomber out early.
Just force you to interact with that Firecracker a little bit. now the big question will be, what do you do about these witches?
Yep. Especially if you place something in front of it. Too early to do that.
Oh, so you just, that's going to be every time it crosses the board. That's going to be what delivery's for.
And then in terms of dealing with this boss bandit, that's going to definitely be tough. I mean, I guess he has the monk and the rascal boy as his 2 good ground tanks, but that boss bandit is just so strong.
Yeah, that's a lot of dodges and dashes. First minute out plus change, nothing real either direction. Oh, and interesting on the snowball cycle right then. Hog comes in, bomb tower is ready. I think a lot of this is gonna come down to, for Lucas's side, how does he get past the bomb tower, quite specifically, and is he able to create some sequence that blows it up, kind of like what he's doing with the monk to set up right now. Morten's side, I don't really know. Maybe the boss bandit.
I was gonna say, I saw people in the chat asking about whether or not when eliminations are coming. Everything is elimination now in terms of the teams. Each best of one, no players are getting eliminated, but the teams will by the end of the match. So after this, either Team Hero Giant or Team Hero Musketeer will move on. The other one will be eliminated in that 3rd, 4th place position. And Hero Musk doing great work here.
Yeah.
Now, can he put a big push together? We'll see.
Oh, Lucas doing a good job of separating, not giving any reason for the lightning to get involved. How do you turret here behind this?
And I think the turret went actually in front of the monk, so it took the dash, but the monk was already reflecting back some of the shots, if that makes sense.
And the turret populates in such a little chaos. And it's such a it populates right in an area of so much going on. All right, here we go. Sudden death overtime. Muntzak's up in the back. Muskie will stay up for the moment, and the Rascals have to come out to deal with that boss bandit, but Law on the right-hand side. Snowball to separate. Love to save the monk ability a little bit longer if he can, because he wants to get past that bomb tower. Can't do it.
Nice bomber there to snipe that Muskie off the board, but the turret does take care of the witch. But there you go. Snowball plus gets some great damage, stops the hog, does activate the king tower with that firecracker, but Morten actually ends up missing the second shot kite with the bomber.
And there's that great firecracker synergy, right? This is the multi-level attack where the firecracker plays in the back.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas is just doing a great job of completely controlling this game. Morten not really having any ability to get on top of offense, and now being hamstrung a bit by his hero choice. So here we go.
I think it's the hog behind this. There we go.
Yep.
Monk ability to
and then
reflect.
there's the ability. And Boss Bandit's going to dash. It's a nice Boss Bandit. But the turret is out now.
Oh, yeah. Turret's doing some work. Staying alive. It's the Ghost. And goes down here. Now we got Giants in both lanes.
Yeah, double Giant and nice lightning there to take care of the Muskie. Now that Giant is completely undefended. Going to use the ability, like that ability usage, to move the Monk to the opposite side. But a cannon came down at the last second there for Lucas.
Final 24 seconds. Boss Bandit trying to play some defense here. But again, Morten has to get on offense. That's the big issue.
And he's taken a lot of damage in both lanes, and he is not really able to create any sort of push.
And I think this was, you know, we've seen in these mega draft conversations sort of the challenge and that big thing about, hey, like, Giant is technically a win condition because it does target buildings. But what does that mean in context? And I think that much like it's often been in the history of Giant, whether it's Giant Graveyard or Giant Miner, that Giant's half a win condition. It's not a full win condition. And we saw that there.
Yeah, it needs a lot of support, and you know, I know that there's giant. I mean, giant GY is exactly what you're talking about, but like, you know, giant double prints, not really in the meta at all right now, and I think that that's something that we were kind of. I mean, that's why the Team Giant was allowed the ability to use champions, right? Is it just feels like they need that little bit of extra help, and even in that matchup in Mega Draft where, you know, Lucas can't even come in with a snipe deck, there still was just basically no way to ever break through. We did see one of the final pushes there from Morten where he had giants in both lanes, and then the giant was able to hit the monk to the opposite lane. But then there's the cannon right there. So it's just one of those things where I don't know if the hero giant ability needs to actually be stronger, or if it's just because of the situation where your opponent knows that you're running hero giant. It's tough to answer, but as of right now, I could see it getting a slight buff.
Yeah, Team Hero Giant in trouble now, because now that we are in this phase of the game, we're not playing all the way out to all 5 games. Once a team gets 3 points, that's game over, and right now, that's 3 points for Team Hero Musketeer. So Team Hero Giant has to reverse sweep in the 1v1v1 set if they want to move on, and that's looking really, really difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, again, I saw some people asking, like, what was the point of the earlier matches? The whole point of the earlier matches was to get to the seeding. We are now in elimination games where, like Rich is talking about, if Team Hero Giant loses one more game, any game in this best of 1 x3, then Team Hero Giant will be eliminated. And the other squads that are battling right now, I'm going to see if I can pull up any of their streams just to see what's going on.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up Jynxzi's right now. Looks like it's Mo versus Ryley. I don't know which set they're in, but it is. I'm getting some Mega Draft vibes.
Yeah, I would say
it
looks like. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Oh?
Or not.
They tease us. They tease us, they do.
How dare you tease?
Next. Oh, that's the other set.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the other set.
Well, they got to go ahead and redo that. All right. There was a slight technical issue. They're going to get that game going here in just a minute, folks. So we'll be hanging out. I'm checking in on the other side of things. So Ryley in that one is running their Team Hero Knight. It's Hero Knight double prints with Archer Queen. So yeah, this is definitely Mega Draft because Archer Queen's in there.
Yep.
Yeah, with Archer Queen, Rascals, Dart Goblin. He has the log. And then other side for Team Mini P.E.K.K.A. Mohamed Light has Little Prince, Mega Knight Drill.
And there you go. There's the ability from the Knight to pull everything together, and then all the DPS units can kind of just focus on that MK as it's distracted. But yeah, they're still figuring it out. It's still not quite working the way that I think they hoped.
Well,
you know, I will say one thing that's been nice, Rich, is, again, the conversation behind knowing what your opponent running is going to be evergreen throughout the day, but it doesn't actually feel like anything has been too powerful, which I was really worried about.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that a lot of people, and I saw, obviously, people talked about it in their content, a lot of people saw, hey, they have these abilities, and they look really cool, and maybe assume there'd be stat changes alongside the abilities. But not having stat changes on the heroes is massive. And it also does give you a good argument of, do you want to go with the Evo version of a troop or the hero version of a troop? Because the hero version has this ability that gives you more control, but the Evo version might actually be on base value more valuable, right? Evo Knight, it might be base value more valuable, especially because you don't have to do anything extra. Whereas once you become an expert with it, that hero ability gives you more outplay ability.
Oh man, another thing I just thought of is like what the interface is going to look like when you do have a hero and a champion on the board.
Ugh.
Right, the double button.
It's gonna look
I'm
like
going to push the wrong button a lot.
Yeah,
it does. Yeah, I will. I don't know. I don't think anything changed with the new update in terms of the button other than the color of it on champion abilities. But I have found myself hitting it a lot more than I used to, and I'm blaming everyone other than myself. I refuse to take responsibility, but I don't know what it is. I've hit it more, and now if I think about having a hero ability and a champion ability on my screen at the same time, I'll make some mistakes.
I'm not running any champions on any of my decks right now. I'm running like a hog deck with no champions. I'm running a RG deck with no champions. Running some GY with no champions. I'm currently champless in all of the decks that I've been running. So I'm curious. There's actually early on, I'll probably be more inclined towards heroes than I will towards anything else.
Yeah. Yeah, tough to say. So here we are, waiting for the next game to start. It looks like one of our players accidentally accepted the wrong game, which is something that we've had to deal with for 9 years, honestly. It just happens sometimes. It happens pretty rarely, but it does happen sometimes. So figuring that out, and a lot of times players don't want to play any cards in that game. No one wants to take a tower because then it shows the deck that they were going to run beforehand. Yeah. But then also you can click on the played deck. So I don't know. There's just a lot of things that come into that conversation. But should be getting going here in just a moment. Remember, just a couple more rewards to be given away, and
yes,
you guys can always go back in stream to look at when those rewards were given out, or scroll up in chat. Although it seems almost impossible because of the spam in the chat to click on the link to get your rewards. I got a lot of good stuff today.
Yeah, you cleaned up a little bit. You cleaned up a bit. I had some good stuff here.
Yeah, yeah. The 5-star 5 monks at the end was pretty satisfying. That felt like a really good one.
Yeah, that one's pretty much out of this world. So I don't know what everyone got in the chat. If anyone got anything great, someone's saying add mini P.E.K.K.A. Evo, please. They're giving you hero mini P.E.K.K.A, man. They're giving you something right out the gate. So yeah, I don't even know what you do with an Evo mini P.E.K.K.A.
I'm trying to think of other decks that I really love to run, and like what, because I mean, I guess my other favorite win conditions are Hog EQ, and then like minor wall breakers with like poison.
Sure.
And like what would go the best with all of those. I feel like with Hog, it's probably just the Knight. Seems like I mean, we haven't seen a lot of that yet, and I really wanted to see a lot of it, but we just didn't. But the synergy of the two, maybe it doesn't synergize as well as you might think. And then we did see a couple times. Go ahead.
Well, I'm running Hog. I'm running Hog Knight Firecracker with Lightning, not EQ, just because I feel like EQ is was stronger with 3-card cycle. But I have Evo Knight and Evo Firecracker. The idea of taking Evo Knight into a Hero Knight and putting like Evo Cannon in on the defensive side, that feels really strong. I'm pretty pumped to get my hands on that.
Yeah. Yeah, or even then being able to use the hero, or excuse me, the Evo Musketeer to snipe buildings off the board. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be insane. It's going to be absolutely insane. All right, we're in game. Thanks for your patience, guys. So we're hopping in Trymacs versus TheGrefg. And remember, guys, Hero Giant must win out this entire 1v1v1. So every game is technically an elimination game here for Team Hero Giant.
Ooh. So what's the Sparky I mean, I feel like I don't see Sparky. Giant Sparky, obviously old school classic combination. I feel like I pretty much only see Sparky in weird random ladder matches. I'm kind of excited to see some Sparky here.
Oh, and I don't know. That's a little bit of trouble.
That Vines was not it.
Yeah,
that Vines was not it.
Was not it, and no
oh my gosh.
Came down.
Oh
and
my gosh.
Just like that, Gref in a ton of trouble early.
Oh, that's brutal. Yeah, there go your zappies. A little bit too late.
There's that just dead in the eyes look in the camera from Gref after losing that tower.
Yeah, he was less than pleased.
Let's see what someone wrote here in the chat. Okay, a little bit too much there, but I like the thought process. Someone's trying to expound on what they think could be a good way for Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. to get a buff, but...
Oh, you hate having to use your Evo Snowball on that.
I mean, honestly, if I'm him, I'd probably just eat that damage and let my Musketeer do what she was going to do, but I'm not him, and he is down 1 tower. See if he can figure anything out here.
This looks, I mean, this is going from bad to worse for Gref.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that Sparky's going to, yeah, I mean, oh no, that's not what you want to do.
Oh boy.
And there's the turret, which will
But that Giant's going to hold
get
long
some
enough
damage.
to make
And
this
that
a big
turret is
problem.
now going to... yeah, the turret is actually going to splash all the Musketeers.
Oh.
So things just bad to worse here as Team Hero Giant stays alive.
All right, that snowball doesn't do it. Nothing's going to do that. That's just, yeah. Yeah, Trymacs is playing with absolutely nothing to worry about.
Yep. There's some vines coming down.
One more nasty splash.
Get it? Nope.
The vines. Yeah, that's the ego vines right there. No,
yeah, I was gonna say.
That's like standing on your logo, making sure the team doesn't put their flag there. You're like, come on, we're not doing this.
Yep, stopping the 3 crown after you lost in the first 30 seconds of the game, and then just battling to stop the 3 crown for the whole rest of it. All right, so really horrible interaction to start things off. I think that, you know, how could that have gone differently? Maybe when the Musketeer comes down, I think the Giant was already too far past it for the turret to pull it. And then even then, there's still that Sparky. The Vines was just not it. I think what clearly it was is the Zappies must have been buried.
Yeah.
Because he had the Zappies, but they were just like 4th, 5th card in, I mean.
Yeah, you saw him just kind of playing them afterwards, almost like a, hey, I had these, just so you know.
Yeah.
I
You got
did have
lucky.
them. Yeah, that was rough. That was not the best. But they're gonna continue going on the next one and stay alive here. Now, look, you got the big one, the most important thing for Team Hero Giant. You're alive a little bit longer and a chance to keep on stretching this one out. So we'll see if they can put another one together. But Giant Sparky, I don't think it's back, but it was there.
Yeah, agreed. It's interesting. Like a Giant Sparky with like 3 spells might work, because then the 3 spells will clean up all the swarm units, so that then you're forced to play something big. And then that thing either gets completely eaten alive by the Sparky, or it's something like a P.E.K.K.A. or a Mega Knight or whatever, and then you can knock it to the opposite lane. So I at least like that we're starting to see the evolution of just more of these cards trying them out with one another. And I do think that Giant Sparky could be back.
Yeah, I mean, also Sparky with the Hero Knight to take things off of it.
Yep.
I'm all about Hero Knight.
Yeah, me too. I think it seems like the way to go after this broadcast. And there we go. Hero Giant out early on.
Here's the drop, though. Does he do it?
No.
And that's interesting, because that would have killed the bats. And
does it kill? Does it do damage to air units?
You know what? Well, yeah, it targets air, and I think the drop also does air. I don't know. You know what? I don't know for sure if the drop does damage to air. I don't know of any other drop that doesn't do damage to air. You know what I mean? That would be a weird difference.
Just the Royal Ghost one, the Evil Royal Ghost, but that's like a different type of drop. It's really more of like a spawn. Okay, so interesting deck here at the top of the screen. Don't really hate it. Just kind of like yeah, I would hate playing against it. I was like, this is a fast cycle, stack elixir pumps type of deck, and now Benny just in that annoying spot of, all right, there's one pretty healthy pump on the board. I need to fireball the healthiest pump on the board, and now I'm down elixir, and here comes a push.
Yep.
So this deck is kind of what I was talking about in terms of like the Hero Knight or Hero Musketeer compatibility with the Mortar. And this is basically the most popular Mortar deck with taking out the Dark Goblin and adding in the Hero Musk.
So we're going to hold everything away from the Musk here, it looks like, as that mini P.E.K.K.A. stays high. Don't want the Musk to die. Musketeer stays up.
Okay, I'm curious to see how he wants to defend this. That's a great Evo Barrel to clear. I would have loved to see a Mortar played instead of just the turret, but you know, Beniju's better than I am.
Fireball in 1340. So Beniju out to a pretty big lead, and he does that Mortar down at a great time. Enough to control it. Knight to cover. Skellies keep the aggro off the tower rather than going to the giant direction in the back.
I like that barrel a lot. It's going to stop these bats and should be able to kite that mini P.E.K.K.A. And needs a fireball. He might be able to get away with just another, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so it's the new Muskie that has the turret, not the old
Okay.
one.
Yep, you can see the little crown above her head.
Yep.
We're learning here too, guys.
And that's like that's a Kmart 3 Musk right there. Look at that.
Yeah. Kmart, man. Do people even know? Do people of the next generations even know what that place is?
Walmart. What's the bad Amazon now?
Timu.
Timu, yeah. There you go.
The Timu Three Musketeers. And that is a lot of swarm to deal with on the left-hand side. Evo Bats, Evo Royal Ghost.
Oh boy, oh boy.
And now that Evo Royal Ghost completely untouched on that right-hand tower. But, I mean, pretty well defended, and BigSpin still has so much damage to make up. And remember, guys, BigSpin is fighting for his life. And his team's life here.
Does the kite fail? No, it does fail. The bats have to come out. Mini P.E.K.K.A. right at the bridge. Fireball clears.
Fireball.
And that
That's
ghost
game.
doesn't pull anything. That's it. Yeah,
Yep.
that's gonna be on, right? That's gonna be on. Oh no, the
Oh,
Skelly's
wow.
got it.
Now it is.
Doesn't
Yeah.
matter. And there you go. GG, well played. And my pick of Team Hero Musk for the championship remains alive.
Yeah, that's very true. And they seem very, very strong in this set, only dropping one game so far. They pick up the 2v2, they pick up the Mega Draft, and then just a really tough interaction there for Gref, and maybe a tough starting hand for Gref in game one there, and Lucas gets to sit back and relax as he doesn't have to come out and do a pro versus pro to keep his team in the running.
Yeah,
as
that's a big
these guys have guaranteed themselves a minimum of $15,000 now going to battle for first and second place.
Yeah, and I'm gonna peek in on Jynxzi's stream
same.
here. It looks like he's playing against Ken at the moment. So I don't know if we're gonna be able to I don't know if we're set up to bring their current in progress match into here, but we're awaiting the winner of Hero Night and Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. So we'll see. I don't know. We'll ask our chat, ask our production if we're able to take us over there for the remainder of that matchup. But yeah, it's our boy Juice up against Ken.
Yeah, and he's running bait with his Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. And Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. gonna do pretty well with bait. There's a handful of decks. I mean, Mini P.E.K.K.A. actually got a big buff in usage pretty recently. Just seen it a lot more out there because of all the Evos and the decks that they were synergizing with.
All right, we're checking with production to see if we can switch over as quickly as possible to the other matchup and get that one going. I don't even know what their score is at the moment. I just know that Juice and Ken are facing off head to head.
Yeah, I know. It's like I have no idea the context. This could be an elimination game for all we know.
Man, they don't have the fancy overlay that we have.
True. That's true.
But it looks like in the end, I think the thing we saw once more is that Giant is still Giant. And being a hero doesn't make it not Giant. That is my takeaway of Hero Giant so far. I don't know if that means there needs to be a buff or the ability needs some sort of adjustment. The ability being, man, I think that if the ability targeted whatever was around it, would that be too overpowered, or would that, you know what I mean? Hitting one thing seems almost kind of useless, but again, I just want to give the context to all of this. We're only seeing these cards in situations where other teams can game plan specifically against it, and that makes it hard to give it like a true competitive evaluation. And here we go, we're in our other match, Jynxzi Ken.
Nice production, my heroes. As you can see, these are all fight for your life matches. Well, not exactly. It looks like things are pretty even throughout, with Team Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. in the lead, with Team Hero Knight having one life to give. Is that right? 1, 2, yeah. Oh no, it's the first of 3.
It's game point Team Hero mini pack.
Yeah, yep.
But if Ken can pull this out, we go to a game 5 of Ryley and Mo.
And Jynxzi feeling pretty good about his situation here, having Inferno Tower, having Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A, going up against Golem.
Yeah, Juice is partying.
Yeah, Juice having a great time there. And there's a level 14 Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A on the board. Zappies and Witch making light work. And remember, guys, that reward will be coming after the Grand Finals.
Yeah, Ken forced a double drop onto that Goblin Barrel.
Yeah, really tough. Can't really put together a great Golem push with this. With 80 seconds remaining, Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A, it pops the ability, and that's actually a perfect NATO by Ken.
Bar Barrel should be here.
Oh, it's on
the
tower.
Dark Goblin connects.
That's game.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Just a couple logs away is Jynxzi now, and there's the first one. Oh, no. I didn't see that last pick. Oh, yeah, still.
Bar Barrel holds on for a moment. I'm creating drama out of not drama.
And now Team Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A up against Team Hero Musketeer, which those were our 2 picks, weren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, look at us.
Look at
Hey, look at us doing our thing.
Look at them. Ooh, that's going to be a cool figurine. I think I have a golden... No, I have a golden P.E.K.K.A and I have a golden princess.
Yeah.
But these new hero champions as minifigurines will look pretty cool.
I don't know what it is specifically about the Baby Dragon plush toy, but people go insane over that toy. Since the very first time, like I remember back in 2019, remember people like rushed the stage at the shrine afterwards, and they were like, "Can we?" You and I were like, "We don't know. We can't just give away production stuff. We don't know. Probably could have, but
probably whatever.
We definitely could have. I took all that stuff home. No, but yeah, it's just even, and then to this year at DreamHack, the exact same thing happened. As soon as we were done with the Grand Finals, the first person that came up to me after the broadcast ended was like, "Hey man, can I have the Baby Dragon on your guys' desk?"
Yep. Hey, I'm just saying, this is, I don't know what year this is of asking. It's probably like year 7 of asking now. Ice Golem plushie, crunchy feet.
I know.
Yeah.
I would get that toy for my dog. I think he would love it. Which also, happy birthday
like,
to my dog and my mom.
Happy birthday, Snick.
Two different
a little
entities.
Prize pool, $25,000 for first place. Second place, $15K. That's where we are now, a $10,000 difference in this upcoming matchup as we say goodbye to our other 2 teams, each taking home $5,000 apiece for their efforts to essentially live playtest this. They've been playtested a bunch, but for the first time in front of all of you, see what's actually happening. And yeah, $10,000 between the 2 for $15,000 and $25,000, and they should be getting themselves up pretty soon, as we'll jump into our 2v2 here in moments. And Mini P.E.K.K.A, Team Mini P.E.K.K.A versus Team Evo Musk, or Team Hero Musk. I'm trying to remember, did we? I don't think we watched. No, we didn't watch that matchup yet, did we?
No, we haven't.
Yeah.
Great for our Grand Finals, and what's interesting is we have, you know, 2 heroes that we've talked about that are very easily counterable in terms of like guards. We're very strong against Mini Hero P.E.K.K.A, Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A, and then big spells against, you know, Hero Musketeer. But I don't know, they've had a lot more time to figure things out, and I'm curious to see. The other thing is that I do think that these are the 2 support cards that are maybe still the most impactful, even though, or I should say maybe the 2 heroes that are the most impactful, even though you know you're running into them.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, and you know, when we start thinking about from our perspective, the competitive side of things, if you're thinking of running a deck that has Musketeer typically in it, and you're thinking that it's going to take up a slot, now you start going, okay, is that, do I want to play the 2 very different versions, right? The very offensive version of Evo Musketeer, which we really didn't see much in competitive at all, versus the very defensive version of the Hero Musketeer. And kind of all the choices people have to make when they're trying to think of all these different slots of what they put where and the different possible combinations, that sounds really fascinating.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to start to see, we've already seen over the last year plus different versions of the same deck that have been popular. I think a great example is just 2.6, right? You see 2.6 right now with Evo Skellies and Evo Cannon. You see it with Evo Cannon and Evo Musketeer. And then now we're going to add heroes into it. So now there's going to be like 5 viable versions of the exact same deck. You're just going to run into different combinations of heroes, Evos, and, you know, champions and stuff. So it's going to be a really... one thing that's exciting about that is, like, I like playing Hog EQ with, like, I like playing the traditional version of Hog EQ, and then as it's kind of evolved and become all these different versions, I think I found myself kind of excited for the new versions that come out of it, because you get kind of tired of just playing the exact same deck forever, right? Or the exact same version of the same deck.
Sure.
Again, 2.6 is a great example. It's been the same thing since the beginning of time, and so you start to get these different combinations to make the deck more versatile, better in certain matchups. You know, I think that's at least something that's pretty fun. You know, I think, you know, using, like, Evo Musketeer is so interesting because it's such a specific matchup conversation. Probably see a lot more of Hero Musketeer than we will of Evo Musketeer moving forward.
Sure. Right?
At least in Hog decks.
In Hog decks, for sure. And you think about, you know, what covers matchup stuff, right? Where, hey, love to have one more turret, extra building to pull stuff up against heavy decks. But also a situation where there's so many heavy decks that, you know, I'm not a 2.6 player, but I have played it in my time, where, yeah, having, like, I already feel like that's a massive advantage to a Hog deck, and now you just go, also this too. This makes it worse for you on top of all of those things.
Yeah, and so I guess I mean, as you said, the next several months of this game is going to be just really, really fascinating to see how quickly it evolves. You know, a lot of times we talk about, like, oh, a balance change has come out, and now the meta shifts a little bit. The meta is going to be radically shifting starting tomorrow for the next couple weeks, I would think, as you're just figuring out these, just only with the 2 new heroes, you know, and only 1 champion hero slot. And then you add in the second set of heroes, the second hero champion slot, and yeah, it's just gonna be absolutely insane. Just about to hop into our last set of the day, guys. Remember, it's just Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A. and Hero Musketeer going up against each other. The only matchup we have not seen yet on the day.
It took place in one of the creator streams. We didn't have it here on our primary stream, and now we'll get to see this again. Your pick, Team Hero. So here's a question: are you sticking with your pick at this stage? Are you still going Team Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A.? Or if I gave you the chance to switch, which I'm not, but if I gave you the chance, would you switch to Team Hero Musketeer?
You know what? No, I'm going to write it out. I like the team competition. I like what we've seen so far from the Mini P.E.K.K.A. I like that graphic. So here we go.
All right, here we go.
And an annoying start. If you are Team Hero Musketeer with a perfectly set up Skellies for that firecracker.
And poisons both ways. No big surprises there.
Yep. I like piggies when you know you're going up against a Mini P.E.K.K.A. At least a lot better than a
cover,
Hog.
Though. The Juice and OJ going, hey, what would you run if you were against a Mini P.E.K.K.A.? Well, now we'll have Valk and Bomb Tower.
Final matchup of the day. Just a handful of games away from giving out that 25K and figuring out which hero reigns supreme. And Firecracker again. Nice lineup here.
That King Tower activation already getting involved. Those of you who have not watched 2v2 before or don't play 2v2 much yourselves, Elixir does flow more slowly in 2v2 compared to traditional 1v1 Clash Royale.
Good call out there. Haven't had to talk about 2v2 on broadcast in so long. So happy to see it. cover there. If only for a moment. Jynxzi and OJ in the lead by just a bit. As a Mega Knight comes out, that's very happy to see that.
Yeah, that Mega Knight plus Bomb Tower combination took care of business. Do you turret here to stop the damage? No, you don't. You just go ahead and eat it. That's a lot to eat, though.
I was going to say, Rich, I don't know if we're missing something here or if they're missing something, but the amount of times that I've thought that a turret should come out to pull or kite or support on defense, it hasn't happened. It's very surprising to me. I don't know if it's always because I catch it at the wrong moment where they're trying to save Elixir and sacrifice tower HP, but that definitely felt like a moment where it's like, why wouldn't you turret? The Hog's going to get there.
Well, also maybe just not being used to it, right?
Yeah.
All right. Giant skeleton on skates. And now 2 musketeers up at the bridge.
And no turrets used.
This is a lot.
Yeah. Good job cleaning everything up, but taking obviously a little bit of that poison damage. Small counter push in return. Clean up with that fire spirit placement.
And you got nothing for this
No,
hog here.
and every single time it's just kind of the same conversation. Just play a hog, play a firecracker behind. Huge push here. Evo Firecracker plus Evo Mega Knight just absolutely obliterates the push.
Opposite lane pigs, though.
Yeah,
Do some
no
significant
elixir.
damage.
But
And no
fire...
King Tower activation, too.
Wow, and you can see Beniju there just going, man, we got so much damage in. Nicely played there by Jynxzi and OJ, though. Spell power going to take it out.
And you think about it, if that hog doesn't get through, then this is a totally different, I mean, where they're actually pretty well tied up, right? On one side, you actually have some dual lane damage, but that hog getting through, I'm going to go back here and try to see if I can find that spot again with my makeshift replay booth. But it did really feel like, and let's see, I'm trying to figure out if that happened, how early or how late that happened. When and everything.
I really do feel like either I'm missing something or they are, because there's so many times when I feel like that turret should have come out today, and it just hasn't. And then I see it come out in times where I'm like, I mean, I guess it's just learning. Yeah, you're just figuring it out. It's growing pains.
Yeah, here we go. The hog comes down. Mega Knight is, you know what? And what I'm wondering here, so this comes back to an age-old 2v2 question, and I don't know the answer to this question is who's got what in whose hand, right? So that was. No, he had plenty of elixir. So that was Grefg's musketeer, and he had plenty of elixir. He just didn't play it. And that right there, in that context, that tower was, I mean, I guess you add in the poison damage, but that tower was at like 2,000 HP before the hog came in, before that whole push came in, and it ended at around 1,000. So let's see, the poison is in. Poison gets it down to, 1,900 or so, and the hog comes in, gets a bunch of shots. Yeah, I mean, that's a ton of damage that just bled right on through.
Yeah. People in the chat asking what we're talking about. We're talking about Gref, or we should say Team Hero Musketeer, not using the turret in a moment that felt like it would have pulled the hog in when they were getting a bit overwhelmed on defense. And if the turret had been played, even if the hog didn't get pulled to the turret, which it would have, that increased DPS, I think, would have been really, really helpful. Because I think it was getting tanked for by a Mega Knight. Is that right, Rich?
Yeah, it was getting tanked for by Mega Knight, exactly.
Yeah. So I feel like that DPS, that added DPS, or the kite, or both of them combined together would have just been the way to go. But here we go. Moving on to the next set. First thing that I'm thinking about when I look at this Mega Draft set is Log is out. So Dark Goblin is going to be... There is no big spell or splash damage building to deal with the Royal Hogs. So you got to think delivery there, maybe. And in terms of big spell power with the Lightning, there's a handful of cards that it's not super impactful against, like the Bowler, like the Baby Dragon, and the Inferno will also at least bait it out. Yeah, Dark Prince, yep. So Lucas goes with that lightning that we're talking about.
That's Mo's lightning.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I keep getting confused with top of the screen, bottom of the screen. Thank you.
So Mini P.E.K.K.A Lightning Miner for Mohamed Light. Wall Breakers is on the board. Skelly Barrel is on the board.
And that lightning is a great pick, just to not have to deal with that witch. And also to deal with the musketeer.
Also not great I guess the delivery is the best anti-Mini P.E.K.K.A card out there.
Yeah. Yeah, the delivery and kind of the Dark Prince.
Yeah. Definitely not easy for Lucas in terms of trying to figure out what to play around that Mini P.E.K.K.A.
No one's picking your Ice Golem, man. It's a sad day in Ice Golem land.
No one's picking him. Lucas goes ahead and Lucas picks him.
Yeah.
Bar Barrel will also help. I don't think Lucas would go Dark Goblin anyway, just because he already has it would feel kind of redundant with the Musketeer.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a good point. I would maybe still go for it just because it's gonna. But this is Mohamed Light we're talking about, so the other thing you have to think about is how do I protect it against the miner if I don't have swarm units. So maybe a couple of extra layers to that conversation that makes Lucas stay away from it.
Lucas probably needs delivery, and he does go Dark Goblin. And you see Mo kind of going, oh, what is Lucas doing?
Wow. Okay. Okay. I don't love that pick because there's already lightning to deal with, but maybe there's just a way to be super annoying with Boss Bandit, Dark Goblin, bait out a lightning, bait out elixir, and then all of a sudden your Musketeer and or your Expo just have so much more impact. And then if I'm Mo, what am I thinking?
I'm thinking that Lucas lost his mind. That's what I'm thinking if I'm Mo.
Hey,
look at this. Okay. What is happening here? First of all, I'm so excited to see the Ice Golem. I mean, these guys are going wild at the moment.
It's interesting that even though there's no fireball or splash damage building on the board, that no one was interested in the Royal Piggies.
Still might be. Who knows? Lucas could do anything at this point. Expo Royal Hogs.
I mean, it's my favorite deck.
Yeah, for sure. I really thought that Lucas was going to go delivery because of the witch.
Yeah, I mean, he still can, I guess, right? But
lava would be a
dirty...
Oh,
there you go.
There you go, bowler. Bowler
for Lucas.
Bowler bow. Hey, bowler bow is...
Yeah, bowler bow. And then for Mo, like, what do you do? I don't really like anything he has as an option. I don't think Royal Giant's good. I don't think Drill is good. I don't think Lava Hound is good. At this point, Piggies is medium, I think, still is like medium. Wall Breakers, I don't think is a good idea either. I think Mo is probably he's probably having the same conversation right now of like, huh.
Why not? I mean, Monk.
Yeah, I mean, Monk's not a bad idea, but he just doesn't have. I mean, I guess then you're only relying on your miner to win the game. Lightning damage, which isn't horrible. Yeah. Actually, I don't hate that Monk choice, Rich.
Yeah, Monk, to reflect everything, to reflect expos, to
Boulder,
reflect...
Expo, Muskie. Yeah,
you can't defend your Expo with a bowler because you monk it all back.
And then Mo just has to get damaged with lightning, which is fine, and then miner, which we obviously know he's very, very good at. So yeah, I would have maybe liked that more. Maybe there's something we're missing here, but I think that could have been a good choice. Now he has to just kind of deal with everything else, still try to get miners in, and then he went Heal Spirit, which is like if you're going heal spirit, what's the thought process
Just for cycle,
there, right?
It's just for cycle.
Just for cycle,
Yeah.
but then also in terms of, I'm gonna try to go back here just a minute.
I mean,
Is like,
double heal.
what does it even jump on?
Yeah, I guess bats. Bats. It does. He didn't. All he had for bats was if the ice golem pops or the witch.
All right, well, let's see if the best player in the world can surprise us.
Someone is saying Monk isn't allowed, but in this one, you see Lucas has the boss bandit. In Mega Draft,
Yeah.
these were pre-built Mega Draft. Like these Mega Drafts, they made them for this. So
Yeah.
yeah, you're allowed to use the champions in this. Interesting turret.
Interesting turret. Yeah.
I do like the idea of the bar barrel, especially if the musketeer stays behind the turret.
The crown is calling me.
I'm very curious to see how Mo Light thinks he's gonna break through.
Nice going. But then she does her thing again.
Oof. Almost. Feels like he almost got it. He's just gonna win on one push. And we're just gonna be, and that's why we're here.
But bowler.
Yep, but bowler, perfect bowler there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's as good of a bowler as it gets. Takes out the witch, deals with the mini P.E.K.K.A. Only takes a little bit of damage. Miner gets a little bit of damage. Well played there by Lucas. He's pretty good at the game.
Yeah, just ask him. And Expo.
So good.
What do? You bowler? This is, I mean, are you gonna do true bowler bow action here?
I think you just see what he does here. Yeah, he just spent an arm and a leg, so just let it go and then try to get back on offense.
I mean,
You want to win the crown from me?
you know, we could go back to 2018 in my old nonsense bowler bow miner deck.
I was gonna say you love bowler bow.
I had an era.
All right, so pretty much nothing happening here. 30-11 on both sides for Mo Light, and a little bit more done on Lucas's tower. Lowest tower on the screen, 27-58 for the Brazilian.
Let's steal the show.
I really like like you said, the wallpaper on the wrapping paper on the walls there. No rhyme or reason, no symmetry.
It just is up there.
It's just there. All right, Dark Goblin up high. And that's a...
Ooh.
Wow. Fascinating
Yeah,
lightning
turret
there.
there. Does he break through? And he connects. Huge
Wow.
turret connection. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I got Mo lighted in that moment where I was too distracted like Mo was on the left-hand side. I didn't even see the turret lock on the right. Great stuff there from Lucas, creating dual lane pressure. And the fascinating ability of the Musketeer to be a huge offensive threat as opposed to a offensive threat. If it's by itself crossing the bridge, you can respond to pretty cheaply, and it's dealt with. You saw there the turret, just so much for one more elixir.
Yeah, I mean, Mohamed had to spend the lightning on the left-hand side. He didn't have a choice.
Yeah. Oh, and I like this too, the defensive expo. Okay, Lucas had some plans. Wow, that's a really great pre-log that was just a second late on that heal spirit. Great play there by both players.
And no connection on the mini P.E.K.K.A. Only got to 12. And the bowler comes out unscathed from that, and now Expo sets up in the middle.
Yeah, it's actually surprising how annoying this expo has been. That's a fun lightning. Play the miner on the tower. Know that you're going to get a unit that either goes to defend the expo or get on top of the miner, then lightning it all off the board.
Yeah, that was pretty choice.
And this
time,
expo has a lot of HP.
And a second one. Does he bowler the right?
Oh, man. I don't even know what Mo does at this point. He's getting so overwhelmed. The fact that Mo still has the ability to even send in miners and not just panic defend the whole time is actually impressive in and of itself, because he is in the lead in terms of winning this game with that lightning.
I mean, 11 seconds left. Oh my gosh, you're right.
Yeah.
Did the Expos connect?
I know.
Double Expos. Lightning is there. They're not going to do it. Mo has to lightning. Can he lightning?
And Lucas knows it.
Wow.
Wow. I mean, we all, Lucas too, he's just like, how on earth did that get away from me? And you see him throw the pillow. That's great. That's why he's Mohamed Light, bro. That was great stuff.
That's insane. Hold on. Let me go back and watch the end of that back. That was absolutely bonkers. And somehow, some way, I mean, Lucas winning it by 187. So dang close. And, you know, in the end, it was, he got the double Expos down. And, you know, you were talking like Mo was just a lightning away from winning this thing. But there was no way to get a lightning down with all the like, I'm looking at the board with 10 seconds left. You've got two Expos, Boss Bandit, log clears, and I don't know if we can get a replay going now here for the ending. I know we do have replay working, so we'll see if they're able to pull that one at the end. But yeah, there's the two Expos down, then the Evo Musk, and there's just so much on the board. Mohamed is forced to, with 5 seconds left, he has to play the mini P.E.K.K.A. to take the Expo aggro, and that meant that he just didn't have enough elixir. Like oh my gosh, I can watch. I have it frozen. There was 1 second left on the screen.
Yeah, he's at 6.
He's at 6, but it won't happen fast enough. Oh, that's so crazy. That's so crazy.
Absolutely nuts. Lucas just barely gets away with that one. And the fact that, I mean, that's like what I was saying is like the fact that it was even that close with the amount of Expos that Mo was having to deal with, the amount of times he was still able to get a miner in while defending for his life and making it that close of a game. He was just, like you said, a half second away. He had the elixir. There was nothing there to block. Lucas even dropped a unit to try to block, but the time didn't come. And there you go. Nice win there from the Brazilian.
Yeah, that was absolutely wild. That was absolutely wild. And now that gives this all tied up here between Team Mini P.E.K.K.A. and Team Muskie as we go into our final set. And so we'll see how deep we can get in here. I'm sticking with Team Musketeer over Team Mini P.E.K.K.A. I'm still feeling it right now, especially after watching whatever we just saw. When he picked Expo, I'm gonna message Lucas later about that. Be like, what was that, dude? That was crazy. I should message him right now.
Yeah, and this is interesting because I think this benefits Team Mini P.E.K.K.A. because it feels like they maybe have the stronger 3 on their team, and you want to be able to get out of this before you get to your pros, in my opinion. I think you want to be able to win this before getting to that final game where all of a sudden Mohamed Light is a factor in the conversation.
Oh my gosh. All right, hold on. I'm about to, let me see. I'm going to the group chat to see if Lucas has an answer about that Expo.
It's the fact that it's still super defensive and that you have to lightning it off the board. And wait, what is this?
Oh, here we go.
No one told us this was coming.
Now we have replay. I didn't know we had it with me on the board here. But here we go, taking a look at the final 28 seconds. Let's go let it run. And you see the Expo down. And as Andrew was saying, this gets to a point where Lightning is there. Like, Lightning can win the game. But Lucas recognizes that and goes, okay, I'm just playing pressure. And so second Expo down, the Boss Bandit creating so much, but then the Musketeer here, I don't think the turret got down in front of the Musketeer, doesn't matter. And look at this. Mini P.E.K.K.A. has to come down to catch, and that 6 happens just in time, but not in time for Lightning to actually drop. Maybe Mohamed Light could have gotten something if he was hovering in that moment. I don't really, again, you can go back in time trying to figure it out, but yeah, just too tight of a window, and Lucas going, let's put the pedal to the metal. Here we go into our 1v1v1s, OJ and Gref kicking things off.
Yeah, this is actually pretty evenly matched, it feels like, with Gref and OJ, and then Jynxzi and Benny, and then Lucas and Mo. I mean, I still give the tip of my hat just to the team that has Mo on it, but OJ right now Looks like he... Wow, Gref is about to get Sparkied again, and he barely got out of it. OJ enjoying himself. If Gref got Sparkied 2 games in a row, I just feel so bad for him. There's nothing that feels worse.
Yeah, oh yeah. Less than awesome if that had happened there.
And Sparky set up to defend here as OJ's just going to win it all. I'm a little medium on that double drop. I would have maybe liked to just see him just eat the damage, get the Sparky on the board.
Ooh, the zap.
I don't know if I like that zap either. I think he could have zapped here.
I don't know if the zap was necessary, but he did get the rest of the zappies off the board.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, OJ has to make a choice, right? Like, does he actually need to push for offense? Or can he just can he counter well enough?
Honestly, I'm not super familiar with Gref, but I would say based off of how he's played, I would probably just counter. I would just go to defend, and then when I can, either get a good counter push or just defend, and then like he did when he's in a great spot, just Sparky up in the back, OJ. That was a good use of the ability there from Gref, something that I feel like I'm surprised how little I've seen it used defensively.
All right. Giant Sparky push on the right-hand side. Hero Musk runs away.
Wow.
Gref
yeah.
gets nothing from it.
No ability, opposite lane, and just brutal stuff there. It does protect it with the Muskie. Now we need to see a turret come down. No. Yes, there it is.
Turret
that
on the
turret just
offensive
has
side
so
of the
many
board.
targets.
Yeah, too much going on. Skarmy does its
General
work.
Jerry will get taken out here. And that's not a good drop of those zappies either. There should just be, yeah. Anyway.
But OJ now has to play into that lane, right? He's not going to be able to, like, it's not like he can spell down that right-hand side. So
yeah, he's just starting to take a little bit too much damage. And I think the other thing that OJ could do that he's not doing, I mean, depending on what that last card is from Gref, is I'd love to see the minion horde split.
Turret defends, that's going to be full Sparky damage. Sparky stays alive. Sparky's still going.
It's going to get a shot.
Oh my
It's going to get a shot.
Woo, boys.
Wow.
Sparky
He
goes.
is just hanging on for dear life. 434 in one lane, 295 in the other.
Oh, the lightning!
The lightning!
The lightning!
The lightning! Oh my gosh, OJ now. Time is of the essence. Can he get back around? Can Gref get back around? He did. You see the celebration.
Oh my
wow.
What a comeback from Gref. OJ not looking for the lightning block, instead trying to get in on it. And, man, did the best he could in that moment. You know, I don't think he had
the end of this game.
Yeah, I don't know if he could get back to anything to block fast enough in that time. And I think we'll get a replay of that one. Maybe Andrew, you can break us down the end of that if there is a chance for us to have that in the broadcast.
Scared to be on screen by myself like that. Yeah, so he goes in here. The Skarmy's played early. The Bats are played early. He's got enough elixir. He plays the Giant at the bridge. He's back to 5. Yeah, bro. I mean, you got to at least try to drop Bats. I mean, not Bats, Minion Horde. Just anything, because your Giant is on its way. I think OJ panicked. We've all been there. We've all been there before.
Yeah, best he can do. Yeah, hopefully, I wonder if they're going to get us that one, those last few moments up here. And there you go, Andrew.
Hey,
Take it
look
away.
at that. Here I am in this world all by myself. All right, here we go. This is the final, second to last push here. This is insane because the piggies come in. OJ's trying to defend cheaply here, but he doesn't know the lightning is in play. The lightning comes down, and it does so much damage. He starts to hit the panic button. Look at the elixir, though, in OJ's hand, and you can see the cards in OJ's hand. So he's got all these out. He still has enough for the minion horde. He's thinking, do I go offense? What do I do? He's thinking about the Sparky at the bridge. But he's got to be counting these cards. He's got to go minion horde right there. There's no reason to play the Sparky at the bridge. He's got to, he's got to keep a track of cycle. Gref's got a lot of really cheap cards. He plays them. You've got to just go minion horde on top, because if you go minion horde on top of your tower there, it is so hard to thread the needle with that large of a group of cards around the tower for the lightning, and the giant is already there. The mini P.E.K.K.A is way too late. It's not going to do anything. I do think OJ hit a bit of the panic button there, as we all have in Clash Royale.
Well, maybe you're not thinking that he'll get back around that fast. Maybe you're thinking he might like delay for a second, trying to time it, right? Like, there's so many things that maybe you're like, there are so many maybes that happen right there that are really hard. Now let's see, I'm looking at, Bats at level 11 have 122, which I think is more than was on the tower.
Yeah,
is that right?
Yeah, it's only 101. Yeah, and
yeah,
and I don't even know if the Bats were they back in cycle. But regardless,
no.
the minion horde definitely the Bats were not.
But you can minion horde, and then you still have Bats behind at some point.
Yes.
Right.
Yep. So you can double protect that. You go minion horde right on top of the tower because your opponent probably wants to go to the front. Then they readjust to go to the back where you drop the Bats, giants on the tower. A lot of what ifs, but maybe OJ could have won that.
Yeah.
But right now,
I mean, it would have been
Musk.
It would have been one of the most epic things. It would have been up there with the most epic things we've had a chance to call on stream. If OJ hit a lightning block that then turned it into a win, that would have been scenes.
Yeah, but an incredible comeback win there from Gref, who was just battling uphill that entire game, never threw in the towel. Very impressive. And that is a scary push on that right-hand side.
So is this Team Sparky now, not Team Evil Mini P.E.K.K.A?
Oh my gosh, that guard stayed alive. Jynxzi can't believe it.
Look at Juice.
Wow, still gets the shot though. Still gets the shot. Jynxzi up by an arm and a leg with the elimination game in his hands. These guys are both pros at the exact same time on two of the best teams in the world. Although Beniju's career with Team Queso a bit more successful than Jynxzi's with Team Liquid.
Yeah, Juice was on Liquid in probably their most difficult year in 2018. Yeah. And of course, Benny was on Queso in one of their two most successful eras. And first, of course, their trip to Worlds in 2018, and then their World Championship in 2020. I feel like people kind of forget that Team Queso won the 2020 World Championship.
Yeah. I was just gonna say the exact same thing, and that Kuchi and Benny and IMJP were all just as much part of that team as Ruben was, but Ruben was just playing. He's playing like Dirk Nowitzki did that year that they won the ring. It just he just could not miss. He was unbeatable.
Graveyard in. Is the poison available? Not enough elixir for Benny to get it down. So the Skarmy will just absorb the graveyard, and Juice is just pulling some moves now.
Yeah, I mean, he's just running back what we just saw, going, I think that deck could have been a little bit better than it was. OJ misses by just a split second. And here we go, GY coming in.
And this one gets some good damage with that poison support.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting to think about the Skellies tanking for the Musk, then the turret tanking for the Musk, or the turret tanking for the Skellies that then tank for the Musk, and then the Muskets on tower. So many interactions we're going to have to figure out.
Oh, Juice just full sending.
Wow.
Opposite lane behind the Giant. The poison going to clear.
Pretty nice defense there from Benny. And Juice just going hard opposite lane. A couple bats sneak away, but that doesn't really matter.
Fast forward to Jynxzi wins in that lane by 3 bat hits.
And a great poison there.
Yeah, that's an arrow that he didn't zap. He didn't want to spend both of those. Still ahead on elixir on the board is Juice.
There's the turret to pull, Knight to tank.
Great Knight.
Yeah, really great Evo Knight there. And, I mean, that's a great defense from Benny. And this is exactly what you want to see out of two former pros.
Juicy CRL 26?
Maybe. I'm going to try to steal him back, keep him on the desk, but...
I know he's talked about it.
Yeah. Ooh, good timing there with the Knight. Felt like the Sparky might be able to connect to that turret.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Yeah. Where's the barrel? I like that. He goes Skarmy opposite lane because he has to barrel there.
Oh,
yep,
and it splashes!
That's beautiful play. Beautiful play by Jynxzi. The Skarmy pulls the barrel out. The barrel's the best response in that moment to the Sparky. Then you can get the guards down, but you can't ignore that Skarmy. And Jynxzi wins it for Team Hero Musketeer.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, no, for Team Hero Mini
Oh, wait.
So
Mini
we're going to
Pekka.
game
Sorry,
5. We're going to game 5.
Yeah, we're going to game 5.
Game 5 on its way. Mohamed Light Lucas for the championship. I mean, what more could we ask for here on a Sunday night?
I mean, that's exactly what we were hoping for, I feel like. We got to see a lot of, as you said, like, playtesting. That's really all this is. This is not a CRL competition. This is playtesting to figure everything out. All right, here we go, Rich.
Yep, this is that opening push.
Oh, opening push. Let's break it down.
Take a look at this one, and just the way that all the sequences, the Zappy just not like trying to charge up out of area, and then the guards, you know, you're just trying to make that Sparky Spark not on tower, and then there's a beautiful zap, and you know, you talk about all some of the great Sparky plays throughout the history of the card. Zap and Sparky go together like peanut butter and jelly. And that was it right there. A perfect zap. Sparky swings back over. That Musketeer's hanging out just a little bit too close to that tower. And from that point on, the game swung entirely in Juice's direction. And he was able to, he had some difficult moments, but once you get a Sparky hit that early in that matchup, that's going to be tough going for Benny.
It's so brutal when you have your range DPS unit that did so well for you. It cleaned so much up, and it just steps one tile too close to the tower, and there's nothing you could do about it. I mean, even just the fact that the guards stayed alive long enough to distract the Sparky for a moment, then the Skellies come down. Juice was just ready to go with all of it. Really, really nicely played by him. And yeah, the Muskie doing your team just a little bit dirty as we go to the final game of the final set of the final match of the day. A $10,000 game here, 15 to second place team, 25 to first place, Lucas versus Mo. Man, I don't know. I mean, now this is where I'm hoping that my bid on Mo comes through for Team Hero Mini Pekka.
Yeah, right? I mean, this is, you know what's interesting about that? You're going back to that Sparky finish. Sometimes the Sparky resets, if they're not timed well, work against you as they keep the Sparky out of your ability to contend with it. And that's one of the, I think people just don't play, people who plays against Sparky anymore. I mean, are you playing like against Pheno? Like, who are you actually playing who's playing Sparky these days? You know what I mean? So maybe people are not used to some of the timing pieces of it, but if you've played against it, from anyone who's any good, even people who aren't good with Sparky, those little moments where you reset it and then you go, oh, but that reset did nothing for me other than delay my death and didn't actually get me on this thing. Yeah,
and waste elixir. So now I'm going to be
card.
Yeah, it really is. It's funny because it's one of the most controllable and the most frustrating cards in the entire game. Pekka is another card that's so controllable, but it's not frustrating in the same way.
No.
You know, she's so slow. She's got to get with it. It's like the range of the Sparky, the timing of when you can drop the unit, all of it. It's actually a pretty brilliantly designed card that I hate.
Yeah, that's it's a shame we don't get to see that it's the game's in a place. You know, when Sparky was dominant was in a time when there was a lot less swarm in the game.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that's one of the biggest changes is the game has got so much more swarm that it's just hard for Sparky is so much more controllable than it used to be. Except in that moment.
Here we go. Final game of the day. Rich and I's teams battling it out.
Oh, yeah.
As Lucas is going to Mortar. And Mo misses the timing there.
Yeah, not what he was going for.
And look at that. You see Lucas's face? A bit surprised. He's like, wow, Mo missed that? No way. He is human after all.
And he's been too busy spending his world champion money.
Which one?
Yeah, exactly. And there, I was going to wonder if he just gets aggressive with turrets early, wins bridge fights, keeps Musketeers
I really
alive.
like that play. Yep, and then the hero mini P.E.K.K.A just goes off the board immediately. Now Mo's spending more and more and more just to keep this Mother Witch alive, which, honestly, if I'm Lucas, okay, he decided. I was going to say I would maybe late barrel, but he decides to defend this way.
Ooh, but Mortar's going to connect on tower.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll definitely get a couple shots in. Almost was a great fireball, but... Ooh. Ooh. Lucas does not have a lot for that, but Moa luckily has no response to the minions for Lucas, but does even things up quite a bit.
(16:24, 19:41 as we go into double elixir time. Lucas, a chance to secure this extra 10K, the 25,000 top prize, and you know, you and I both almost never pick against Mohamed Light in a best of 3 and definitely not a best of 5. But a best of 1,
yeah,
that's an any given Sunday kind of situation.
Absolutely. That's a great call there. Really anything can happen in just one game. As another barrel breaks on through for damage and skellies, but you can see here Mo was so distracted working on protecting the Mother Witch.
Oh boy.
And that might have been the way to go, Rich.
Oh,
that
boy.
is the way to go. Wow.
And it's all over. I am inevitable.
That is insane. Just goes, there's one way to win this game, and that is to protect that Mother Witch. If the barrel goes through and the E-Spirit's a second late, I'm not going to lose. I'm going to just take a lot of damage. But Team Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A takes it, my boys. As Rich said, the Juice Brothers and Mohamed Light, the greatest of all time. And that was a super fun final game of our tournament. And yeah, wow. I mean, I'm excited for all of these heroes to come into the game. Giant, maybe a little bit less. But I'm excited for all the other heroes to come into the game and just see how things unfold over the next week and several months.
Oh, they've certainly unfolded today here. And it's been a fun chance to see this card in the hands of everyone trying to figure it out. Here's your final results. Team Hero Giant and Team Hero Knight coming in third and fourth, $5,000 each. Team Hero Musketeer, second place for $15K. And Team Hero Mini P.E.K.K.A Orange Juice, Mohamed Light, and Jynxzi, the championship, and $25,000 in this fun showcase event, right? Not a full-on esports event, but a chance for everyone to see kind of a first look at these cards, these new versions of these cards in a competitive format. And what you've all been asking for, everybody at home, I know you've wanted it. Here you are, our final QR code. The
Super Saiyan Jynxzi.
Super Saiyan Jynxzi, for sure.
Yeah, wow. And OJ, Jynxzi, and Mo Light just walking away with another stack of cash. And a great showing throughout the day. I feel like they really kind of, I mean, I feel like every team evolved throughout the day, which was really, really nice to see. And yeah, I'm just really excited for tomorrow and just to see how these cards really, really change the game and kind of what to expect next. And also what the next event will be. I'm always happy to have, I mean, this is, like you said, this is such a special event. You know, it's so rare that you get to see play testing before a card comes out. Now, not only do you get to go into the game tomorrow watching some of the plays. I mean, we all get to see that when creators get, you know, early access to stuff, but now you actually have ideas of what worked, what didn't work, what synergizes, and maybe just some decks that you could steal, some ideas you could steal. I mean, honestly, it was shocking to me to see how much Sparky we saw at the very end of the day with a team that was a little different than I thought. You know, I thought we might see Sparky with Giant a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, I expect to see a lot of Sparky tomorrow, probably all over the place. So we'll see what it's like. That's it for today's stream. Thanks so much for hanging out with us and getting this first look at all of these heroes as our Heroes Creator Showdown comes to a close. We've been having a great time with you and can't wait to do more with you in the new year in Clash Royale, competitively and beyond. And good luck tomorrow as you jump into this brave new world of heroes in Clash Royale. For Andrew Guy, I'm Rich Slayton. We'll see you next time.